Progress.
Today is Tuesday, March 21st, 5:32. And if you could please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. If we could have the roll call of members, please.
Amanda Champion.
Here. Here.
Susan Curry.
Here.
Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Rich John.
Here.
Dan Klein.
Here.
Ann Corman.
Here.
Mike Lane.
Here.
Greg Mezzi.
Here.
Veronica Pillar.
Here.
Lee Shurtleff.
Here.
Mike Sigler.
Here.
Travis Brooks.
Here.
Randy Brown.
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here.
14 members present.
Thank you, Katrina. We are going to start off this evening. We have two proclamations. The first proclamation is the Vietnam Veterans Day in Tompkins County proclamation. Whereas on March 29th, 1973, the last 2,500 American combat troops were withdrawn from the battlefields in Vietnam, the last of acknowledged prisoners released from Hanoi, and whereas some 3.4 million brave American men and women of all walks of life were deployed to Southeast Asia as part of the U.S. military during the Vietnam War, 2.7 million of these serving in the designated war zone, and whereas the Vietnam War is one of our nation's longest military conflicts, stretching from 1955 with the arrival of U.S. military personnel to 1975, with the fall of Saigon and the evacuation of the last Americans from the U.S. Embassy there. And whereas, included among the more than 58,000 fallen men and women whose names are etched on the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall in Washington, D.C., are 4,126 names of the New Yorkers. Of this number, Tompkins County lists 12 sons lost to the war. And whereas the number of military service members wounded during the war count 153,000, while those still unaccounted for number 1,600. However, our nation's losses continue to mount among those who return because of the impact on their mental health and the long-term effects of exposure to Agent Orange and other toxins wreaking havoc on their personal health. And whereas, to help separate the warrior from the war and salute the men and women who answered that call to service, this nation is involved in commemorating the 50th anniversary of the war. And whereas March 29th, 2023 is National Vietnam War Veterans Day, which seeks to honor the service and sacrifice of all military veterans, as well as their families who served on active duty between November 1st, 1955 to May 15th, 1975. Highlight the service of our armed forces and support organizations during the war. Pay tribute to wartime contributions at home by American citizens. Highlight the technology, science, and medical advances made during the war, and recognize the contributions by our allies. And whereas residents throughout Tompkins County wish to join in honoring the service of those who donned the uniform and their families during that time, now therefore be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature does hereby proclaim March 29th, 2023 as Vietnam Veterans Day in Tompkins County. In witness whereof, I, Shauna Black, have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the Great Seal of Tompkins County, State of New York, on this 21st day of March 2023. And we have J.R. Claiborne, who is here to accept the proclamation this evening. I also hear that J.R. put out a minor fire that was outside in one of our cigarette bins, so thank you, J.R. The hero of many tonight.
Firefighter's badge.
That's right, junior firefighter.
Well, thank you, Chair Black, and thank you to the legislature. This is a special Do I need to start over? No. Thank you, everybody. I want to thank you for this proclamation on behalf of our veterans community, particularly our Vietnam veterans. This is a population, as we said, that we've already, many of those who went there did not come home, including 12 of our own residents. And today there are still many more veterans who are succumbing to the different things that they encountered through Agent Orange and other things while they were there. So even though their service was done on the ground, they still paid the price. They continue to pay the price, and their families continue to pay the price. So through this proclamation, through the Vietnam Veterans Day, which is still relatively new, it started in 2017 officially, although 2012, Mr. Obama signed a proclamation that started this, the chain to have the national proclamation. In 2017, President Trump signed it, making it officially into law. And today, it lets us honor both the veterans as well as their families, because their families are definitely paying the price as well, particularly as caregivers for our veterans. So this is something that is heartfelt, and I thank you for this on behalf of our veterans community.
Thank you, JR. Next, we have another proclamation, and that is to celebrate Democracy Day. Whereas the freedom to vote is fundamental to our democracy, and whereas women, people of color, Native people, and others fought for their right to vote and select leaders to represent them, and whereas that struggle for voting rights in a strong democracy continues today, and whereas far too many eligible voters are uninformed or disaffected from participating in matters of government and voting, and whereas on August 6, 1965, the Federal Voting Rights Act that increased civil engagement was signed into law, now therefore be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature does hereby proclaim August 6 of each calendar year as Celebrate Democracy Day in Tompkins County. Resolve further that the day will be to celebrate voting and civil engagement, which enables the voice of we the people to be heard. In witness whereof, I, Shauna Black, have hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed the Great Seal of Tompkins County, State of New York, on this 21st day of March 2023. And I would like to actually call up Jeff Furman to accept the proclamation. And this would be a great time if you would like to do your presentation, Jeff. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do, let's see here, next in our agenda. We do not have an executive session this evening. However, I am going to reorder some business. We have a lot of people here to speak on privilege of the floor. There are some topics that I think are going to be of interest, and we want to make sure that people that want to stay and see our great debates this evening are going to be able to do so and not have to stay till the wee hours of the morning. No, I'm just joking. And so we want to move those up in our agenda. So we're going to have the privilege of the floor for the public. We're going to allow municipal officials to speak, and then we are going to have our consent agenda. We're going to have the living wage resolution, and then we have a second wind resolution, 2 of them. So let's start with privilege of the floor for public. First speaker, Zach Wynn.
Good evening. My name is Zach Wynn, and I'd like to voice my opposition to the measure calling for an increase in the minimum wage to $21.05 per hour. I believe this measure will disproportionately affect small business, exacerbate already out of control inflation, and combined with efforts to eliminate at-will employment, it will create an even more hostile environment for businesses seeking employees. This proposal will lead to further automation, self-serve kiosks, and as was seen in Canada, businesses using contractors in South America who are paid $4 an hour to remotely take orders at restaurants. Listening to the discussion of the tires proposal at the previous meeting of this body and discussion of the cleanup at the encampment on Brindley Street, I'd like to express that I share the same frustrations as members of this legislature. Legislator Rich John spoke at Common Council almost a year and a half ago about illegal camping and crime in the West End. And there have been at least 2 recent overdoses in the jungle, one this last Saturday behind Warehouse Carpet Outlet, and another on February 28th by the Fish Ladder. I do not believe the county can rely on the city of Ithaca to manage this crisis. Even with a policy in place through tides, due to staffing issues at IPD, the department is incapable of policing the areas within the city that are host to illegal drug encampments. Additionally, the encampments have spread from the city into the town of Ithaca in the village of Lansing. This will require a county-wide effort to solve the problem. With 200 to 250 people in code blue at any given time and spring having begun, it's just a matter of time until the camps are full again, and with them, fires, overdoses, and violence. I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nathan Sitaraman.
Hello, my name is Nathan Sitaraman, and I ask the Tompkins County Legislature to please support the New York State Raise the Wage Act. Here in the city of Ithaca, our neighborhoods are threatened by the rising cost of living. I've spoken with longtime residents who feel that they may not have to leave their communities because the stress of living paycheck to paycheck is just too much. We need a higher minimum wage so that people who work in the city of Ithaca can afford to live in the city of Ithaca. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Pete Myers.
Hi, everybody. My name is Pete Myers. I'm the director of the Tompkins County Worker Center. We were founded in January of 2003, so it's a little bit over 20 years now. I'm here to speak on the resolution to increase the minimum wage, the Raise the Wage Act. This is legislation that's being supported as a co-sponsor. Anna Kellis is a co-sponsor of that legislation, and Leah Webb is a co-sponsor in the Senate of that legislation. The Worker Center has a long and storied history with wage issues. We actually started out as the Tompkins County Living Wage Coalition back in 2003 on the backs of a very successful campaign we had with the Ithaca paraprofessionals, teachers, aides, teaching assistants in the school district, and we're able to bring them up to a living wage in a community union partnership. We actually founded the very first living wage employer program in the country, which is sort of going national now with 8 locals as well as a national organization just kicking off within the past year. So this issue is very important to us that people have enough money to make. In 2016, a good portion of you are aware that we started a working group, a living wage working group that had a certain amount of county legislators on it, nonprofit leaders, Chamber of Commerce, Jennifer Tavares, a number of people in this working group to examine the possibility of doing a living wage on a local level, which is presently prohibited in the state of New York. That work still continues, but in our present time right now, more pressing is the possibility of passing a law which would increase the wages across upstate New York as well as in the city. This legislation would take it to 2125 by 27 upstate and 2125 by 2026 downstate. I understand that I may be called upon, as well as Ian Greer, to speak when you're actually conversating about the resolution. Ian Greer is also available for that to talk about the very detailed study he did as a senior researcher with the ILR program at Cornell. Basically, our supposition for this campaign is basically workers should not be living in poverty, especially in a country of plenty, and especially a county of much plenty. And that's what drives our interest in this. Just to give you a little context in my 40 seconds, the minimum wage has increased since 2016 by 55%, from $9.70 in early 2017 to presumably $15 next January 1st. This campaign, if successful, would increase the minimum wage from $15 an hour in 2024 to $21.25, which would be a 50% increase an hour. With that previous increase that we saw, I'm not sure that the sky has fallen in terms of business interests. And as far as I'm going to be out of time here, so I could talk about this for 10 minutes. It's good.
Thank you, Pete. Next, I have Ken Tabone. And I apologize
No,
in advance
it's
for,
Kemptbone.
sorry about that. I would like to apologize for missaying people's names. It's inevitable. I'm horrible at this, so.
Hi, my name is Kemptbone. I am an Ithaca City School District custodian. I've been a custodian for 8 years, and my current hourly wage is $17.39 an hour. I am tired of working 60-hour weeks or carrying a second job just to survive. I cannot live in Ithaca as much as I would love to be part of this community, as much as I would love my boys to go to this school district. I cannot afford it. I have to live in McLean in a trailer park, and it's cost me $1,100 a month to keep that trailer, and it's killing me. And if I'm struggling, people underneath me who've been here for under 8 years are struggling too. I mean, I'm talking aides, food service, library staff, secretaries. They are not making enough to literally live. So they have to carry 2, 3 jobs just to survive. And we're all burned out, especially through the COVID. And we're running out of people. We are not getting enough people at the school to work for us. So we have to cover these holes, and we'll all burn. So I'm here to ask, not even for a minimum wage hike, I'm asking for a raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Kane.
So there's a truck here in Ithaca with a banner across the entire rear window that says, "Working like crazy to support the lazy." Think about that. Working like crazy, put right out there driving around our streets. Really upsets me because we hear talk of how much of our tax dollar is spent on entitlements such as SNAP, Medicaid, Section 8, and WIC. There is talk from our highest elected representatives about reducing or even removing these services in order to force the lazy to get jobs. That'll do it, right? Just take away their support. Maybe they'll get a job. If they can't make ends meet with one job, let them get 2. After all, Ithaca is full of jobs. We see them everywhere. There's always jobs. Part-time, low-wage, gig jobs, temporary agencies, all kinds of jobs. Everywhere is hiring, plenty of places. But many of these jobs, even the ones that are paying a bit more, are part-time. They're gig, they're temporary jobs. They have no paid time off, no paid vacation, and some require the worker to set aside some of those funds to have to pay, the taxes that they would take out and pay somebody to help them with that. So even though they're making a little bit more, they're not making a little bit more. They get no benefits. They can't afford to get sick. They can't pay the bill. They can't take time off. Some of the people who use the system are disabled, retired, mentally ill, addicted, and yes, some are lazy. But the majority of our neighbors, they're doing so because they are working like crazy. They're working 2 jobs. They're working 2 shifts. They're putting in the hours and the hard work, sacrificing their health, their time with their family, and their lives just to drive around and see somebody with a truck that says working like crazy to support the lazy. I hear that's how it is everywhere. Well, we can't do anything about everywhere. We can do something about here, our community, our neighbors. We need to do something. The first step is simple. We can raise the minimum wage to $21.25. Will that up costs? I don't know, but it'll take some people off of the services that our tax dollars are going for. They'll be working, they'll be making more, they're putting more tax dollars into our community, helping keep our community going. This is our community, it's not us and them. We need to bring back the middle class, the living wage, the working wage, whatever you want to call it, $21.25. I think that's lowballing. I don't think that's too much to ask for. Our workers, I work with people who are out there and they're working and they're doing the best they can. They shouldn't have to be considered lazy. They should be paid what they're worth. Please take this seriously and think about it.
Thank you. Next is Stephanie. Next, I have Stephanie.
I talked with one of you legislators years ago about how the Tompkins County Industrial Development Agency does not require the recipients of millions of dollars in tax breaks to pay their workers a living wage. The response I got was, well, if people want higher wages, they should form a union. To that I say, why have I never seen you on a picket line? If you've never tried to form a union at your workplace, I can tell you from personal experience, it's kind of hard. It's almost as though saying that low-wage workers should simply form a union is really just a way to sound pro-labor while abdicating your own responsibility and blaming poor people for being poor. I heard a statistic years ago that has haunted me ever since, that for every dollar the minimum wage goes up, there is a significant decrease in the suicide rate. It is shameful that in this incredibly wealthy state, there are people who die of poverty. I believe that in a society, in a community, we have obligations to each other, and I believe that you all, as people who have chosen to go into public service, have a special obligation. Raising the minimum wage in this state would change millions of people's lives for the better, including many of your constituents. Please do the right thing. And please show up when there's a picket line. These nice people over here with the Workers' Center, they have an email list that you can get on so that you hear about all of the labor actions that are happening in the county, and you never have to miss a picket line again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is David Shapiro.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dave Shapiro. I'm the executive director of Second Wind Cottages. And you know, we operate some of the most, if not the most, affordable, permanent supportive housing in all of Tompkins County. And I'm listening to you guys talk, and about half the guys that live with us have jobs, and they can't afford to move elsewhere. So I support you. We support you. More so, what Second Wind supports is, and how we were founded, and what matters most to us is relationships. Relationships matter. They mattered to Carmen when he befriended Arthur, a Vietnam veteran, and I'm glad to be able to mention his name today. A celebrated Vietnam veteran who was scarred by the war. But that relationship with Carmen, that mattered to him, and it mattered so much that he put him in a trailer behind his body shop out in Newfield. Those relationships continued to matter when Carmen found people that would walk along with him, and they formed a board, they formed an organization, and they built 18 of the most affordable, permanent, supportive housing in all of Tompkins County. And it's beautiful. It came with people all over the county contributing their labor, their love, their time, their energy. And we built those 18 cottages. Those relationships mattered in Dryden when we're building, and I hope to have them open in just a couple of months, but 4 units for homeless women. 2 that could afford or that can house homeless women with their children. And those relationships mattered, and that's how that project came forward. It's like, it's a beautiful thing. There were people throughout the winter building, volunteers. He doesn't probably care, I doubt he watches this, but if you hear me, Dave Plumeau, thank God, Dave Plumeau. If anybody knows him, this man is at our site every day, volunteering his time to build this house for women. Those relationships mattered here. I mean, they do matter here. I mean, they mattered, and I want to say, Ann, thank you so much. Your advocacy for Second Wind, thank you so much. And to the people next to you that I've heard speak out loud, and I know other people support Second Wind, but I've heard Veronica and I've heard Greg supporting us as well, and I just want to say thank you to you as well. That relationship matters to us. And, you know, we try to teach our residents, the people that live with us, our whole programmatic philosophy is how to be good neighbors. And I see Mike Allinger, the town supervisor here, and I know Randy Brown, your position, and I know the town of Newfield's position that they don't support us right now expanding. And that hurts, but what that tells me is that we have some more relationship building to do. We're gonna finish building our house in Dryden. We're gonna start building our community center pretty darn soon. And I hope that we can build and forge good relationships with the town, with the host town of Second Wind Cottages, with the rest of you on this legislature, with people throughout our community, because people need what we're offering. But we're gonna have to withdraw our application. And I just wanna thank you for considering us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yolanda Josephs.
Hello, my name is Yolanda Josephs, and I support the living wage increase. $21.25. It's a start, right? It'll get some people to a living wage to be comfortable, maybe to pay their rent, maybe some bills and different things like that. Get some clothes for their kids and stuff like that. I appreciate everyone that is supporting this living wage increase. Some people are above that, and it's not that saying that it's people that are poor people that are living below the living wage increase. People with degrees are living below living wage. So I applaud everyone that's in here that's making below minimum wage to support us so that other people can live above poverty level.
Next is Ken Clark.
I come to speak to lend full support to the resolution that Jeff Furman has attended to make August the 6th celebrate Democracy Day. I speak as one who, as a director of the Office of Human Rights, as well as the Human Rights Commission, our advisory group, because we are involved in launching an emerging civic engagement initiative called Your Voice and Your Vote, which promotes civic participation and exercise of the franchise, voting. I've learned from Jeff that democracy, voting, and civic engagement should be celebrative, festive, as well as serious. Toward that end, the coalition is planning events for August the 6th, one of the most important days in the history of this republic. I also support this resolution for personal reasons. It goes back to my earliest civics lesson. At 8 years old, my grandmother and aunt took me to the polls for the first time for the 1964 presidential election. Yes, I've been around that long. And they did what I thought was to set an example, to show and to illustrate that voting was important, that this was something important that grown people did behind a curtain. I wondered what exactly went on behind that curtain, but I now know that they were able, by their actions, to elect a president who 10 months later, signed into law the Federal Voting Rights Act. And that act was one in which I watched on TV as an 8-year-old. And remember, did not understand fully what was going on, but comprehend now how important that moment was. The way in which the Voting Rights Act helped to expand, or to create policy that lowered the voting age from 21 to 18, that made voting more accessible for persons with disabilities, and for those whose first language is not English, and led to the creation of the Motor Voter Act that enabled people to register to vote while they were getting their driver's licenses. The Voting Rights Act and everything that followed after it expanded democracy. And as Vincent Harding, the great historian, says, democracy expands or dies. Democracy is under attack. But what better response to it? What better way to address this by celebrating democracy, not coming to bury democracy, but to celebrate it and to affirm it. So I applaud what Jeff is doing and support his resolution fully.
Thank you. Next is Jeff Besmer.
Greetings, Legislature. My name is Jeff Besmer. For those of you I haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, I'm the general manager of the Green Star Food Co-op here in town, and I'm here to speak in support of Resolution M, the Raise the Wage Act. Increasing the minimum wage here in the state of New York will benefit all kinds of small businesses, including Green Star, by giving more of our neighbors and community money to spend. When you're just spending money on the basic essentials you have to live, and as my neighbors here have said, just the basics to survive, you really don't have as much to invest in other things and uplift your community. If the legislature is able to pass this resolution and support the state legislature in passing this law, it will be one of the most impactful things any one of you sitting around this table today will do in your legislative careers. It will benefit millions of New Yorkers and beyond. It will uplift all kinds of small businesses, and we've seen these successes around the country in municipalities and states that have increased their minimum wage. The fears that folks have about economies collapsing, local business shutting down, corporations moving out of town, simply have never materialized. They consistently uplift their communities, provide people more economic mobility, more choice, result in more flourishing economies. And, you know, I can speak to the human factor, but my neighbors here have already said plenty about that. So I just want to say thank you for consideration of this. And we, the co-op, strongly support this. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Deborah Horde.
Hello, thank you. My name is Deborah Horde, and I'm president of Photosynthesis Productions, a little documentary film company just 2 blocks down the street. We've been there, it's a minor miracle, since 1980. So it goes to show how special this town is that it's been able to support our work. I'm here for 2 reasons tonight. First, I want to make sure you all know about a new film that my colleagues, here's Rye Farrow, and I have just finished a film about Dorothy Cotton. Who knows? Who has ever heard of Dorothy Cotton? Oh, well, that's pretty good. So the film is entitled Move When the Spirit Says Move, the legacy of Dorothy Foreman Cotton. And Dorothy was, for those of you who don't know, Dorothy was a confidant and an important colleague of Dr. Martin Luther King's, and she lived the last 25 years of her life right here in Ithaca. So many of us got to know her. The Dorothy Cotton Jubilee Singers was founded and things like that. So we're very excited to release that film, and it is having its Ithaca premiere next Saturday night. It's sold out, so if you don't have your ticket, you're out of luck, but it's showing for 2 whole weeks at Cinemapolis afterwards, and so there's plenty of time. Now, that film has built a network and led us to think about voting and democracy in a deeper way, and so we have started. Tonight is officially, right here and now, is our very first photo shoot for a new film about youth voting. So that's very exciting. So I celebrate the young people who've come here today with Jeff and others. And so I'm hoping that you pay attention to the young people who come to talk to you. And I'm very pleased to have followed Ken Clark talking about how our democracy is in danger. And our film about Dorothy and youth voting, I think we can be part of the solution. So thank you very much for listening.
Tina Nilsson Hodges.
Good evening. My name is Tina Nelson Hodges. I am the principal at New Roots Charter School, which is a public high school that serves students throughout Tompkins County, regardless of their school district of residence. So I'm here to express my enthusiasm and my gratitude for the county legislature's adoption of the proclamation establishing Celebrate Democracy Day on August 6th. Civic engagement is at the heart of an education at New Roots Charter School. We really seek to have students feel a sense of ownership and pride in the community, to make the community their classroom, and to ultimately, over the course of their 4 years, to develop a sense of empowerment to take action to improve the quality of life of themselves, their community, and our wider bioregion. The vote is essential to that process. And I've been thinking about, Jeff has really inspired me to think about how does celebrating fit into that? And I think giving all of us an opportunity to really rejoice in the fact that we have the vote, which is not a right that people around the globe have, and to also celebrate what has been done and what might be done in the service of justice and a high quality of life for all people in our county is just, I think, a great way to engage all of us in just emotionally connecting to the fact that this is a precious right, one that we need to protect, and one that we need to pass on to our youth so that they can carry on into the future here in Tompkins County, building the community that we all want to spend our years in. So we are ready and excited at New Roots Charter School to kick off the celebration and get the party started. And so we invite you all to watch for the events that will be unfolding and enjoying the celebration. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, I want to inform anyone that is sitting in the crowd in the chairs, if you want to speak on privilege of the floor, we do have blue forms at the back table there. Feel free to fill one of those out, and you can hand it to the legislators, and they'll send it up. Next up is Cynthia Brock.
Good evening. I'm Cynthia Brock. Since 2018, I've been serving on the Tompkins County Living Wage Working Group along with Jennifer and Pete and Ian and Leslyn. And it starts off with the basic concept that a person who does a fair day's work would get a decent wage, a wage that allowed them to live in dignity. And when we looked at it mainly from a Tompkins County perspective. What would the impacts of a Tompkins County living wage have on our community? To discover that 40% of the 51,000 workers in Tompkins County don't earn a living wage. 35% of white workers don't earn a living wage. 50% of Latino and Hispanic and Asian workers don't earn a living wage. 75% of Black workers don't earn a living wage. There is a disproportionate impact of this disparity on our communities of color. What Raise the Wage does is takes the approach of providing dignity and looks at it from a regional level. What we were trying to do in Tompkins County, one of the barriers were, well, if we do this in Tompkins County, people are going to move out, businesses are going to move out of the county to other locations, and that should be something that would quiet any effort. And how could we mitigate for that? But to have a statewide approach is really a holistic approach to support all of us in our community. Now, let's be real here, right? They are saying that they want to get to $16 in 2024. The living wage for Tompkins County now is $16.61. So even if we get there, we still won't have a wage that is actually a living wage for Tompkins County. So we're still going to be behind the 8 ball. We'll still be coming back asking you for more support for our workers. But by taking this step and for the Tompkins County Legislature to acknowledge in a community that has a huge disparity of wealth, has a very rapidly growing cost to live in this region, recognizing that your workers, your labor needs support and help, and set it forward to the state, sends a strong message to your community that you understand what our community is going through your neighbors are going through, your restaurant workers, your Uber drivers, your food delivery people, your grocery store workers, that you support them. And so I ask you to pass this resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Lynch.
Good evening. Robert Lynch, councilperson, Town of Enfield. I'm here tonight to thank my own county legislator, Randy Brown, for his initiative, what he's proposed. It concerns second wind cottages. We heard Dave Shapiro say earlier this evening, we have some more relationship building to do. Well, I would argue this county legislature also has some relationship building to do with Enfield and Newfield. As we know, in the first round of funding, Enfield was shut out of community recovery funding totally. And what is being proposed by Legislator Brown is that we defund the $510,000 that was originally earmarked for second wind cottages and put that money, he hopes, toward Enfield projects. And we've got some good ones, too. The Enfield Community Council almost got its $206,000 from the Community Recovery Fund to build a mental health services wing. The town of Enfield has proposed, among other things, $97,000 for a Main Street revitalization project, which mainly means putting a new roof on a leaking town hall where the town clerk operates and lives and works, I should say. I'm not going to speak to second wind's merits or demerits. We in the Enfield Town Board have not taken a stand on that. That's Newfield's problem. That's Newfield's matter. And Michael Allinger, the supervisor of Newfield, is here to answer that tonight. I'll let him speak for that. But we argue, and he's argued, and two of his council persons have argued at the Community Recovery Fund meeting in March 6th, that it really isn't a good fit, even what is being proposed now for second wind, which is more cottages and not the campsites. Again, I will let him speak to that. But we on the Enfield Town Board did on March 8th pass a resolution, and we resolved that the Enfield Town Board endorses the efforts of Tompkins County Legislator Randy Brown to seek Community Recovery Fund support for the Enfield-based projects that I have previously referenced, and encourages the full county legislature to approve funding for those projects. And if second wind is defunded tonight, and that's the resolution that Legislator Brown proposes, he has indicated that in April he will move to fund some of those infield projects with the money that remains. We're in a curious situation tonight, kind of a novel conflict, that Legislator Brown has proposed a resolution to defund second wind. Legislator Corman, our other legislator, has voted to revise the application and essentially continue funding. I hope you make the right decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Barbara Regenspan.
Hi, good evening. I want to make an argument in favor of raising the living wage that I don't hear made enough. The word dignity is often applied to the many people living in this county and all over the globe who don't make a living wage. The argument is that a living wage would give those people dignity. And I want to make the opposite argument, that raising the living wage will give those of us who are lucky enough to be relatively comfortable living in Ithaca, New York, that we are the ones who get dignity when everyone is entitled to a living wage. The argument I want to make is spiritual. I'm going to be 71 years old on Saturday, and my political arguments have been moving in a spiritual direction in the last 5 years, probably because my mother died young, and so I'm really aware of how precious my remaining years are. And I think that this issue of dignity comes in the reality that we who are more comfortable actually have a tremendous debt to the people in the county who are making our lives affordable by providing services that do not earn them a living wage. We have a debt, and I want to argue about the debt not in the usual moral way. I want to argue about it from a spiritual perspective, that when you're indebted and you live in a culture that tells you the lie that you're not really in debt, that you earned what you have because you're unique and wonderful and you know how to take advantage of every possible opportunity that comes your way, you're really living a basic lie. I know for myself, I share the background of many of you in this room. I was raised working class, and my family rose into the lower middle class and then became more solidly middle class by the time I went to college. And for people of that background and around my age, and even, I guess, 10 to 20 years younger, we know what a lie it is that it was our uniqueness and our family's uniqueness. It was timing and history and luck. And I can point to every single opportunity that gave me the life that I have now as evidence of luck, lucky positioning, lucky birth, lucky community to grow up in. When I was growing up in the Philadelphia public schools, the school district paid for free art classes for all children throughout the city from 9 to 12 every Saturday morning. And the people who educated us were philosopher artists. I got the best education of my life, along with tons and tons of working class kids who no longer have that kind of opportunity almost anywhere in the country now. So I want to make an argument that we support the living wage and we make the argument for the living wage on the basis of the spiritual truth that it will give all of us dignity. Thank you.
Jennifer Tavares.
Hi there, everyone. Thanks for having me. I know many of you are familiar. I'm the president of the Chamber of Commerce. I was at the HED committee meeting last month when this issue is being discussed, and I shared with the committee at that point that I had some concerns around some of the data points being cited in the resolution, around some of the information gathered during some of the study. Yes, in fact, I was part of the Living Wage Working Group, but I have all along expressed some concerns around our sample size. And also now that we're several years beyond some of that work being done, I think what I encouraged the committee to do was to have some fresh data. A couple things just higher level. I think one thing all of us need to remember is, yes, we're talking about a New York State policy, we're talking about Tompkins County policy, but we are doing business in a global economy. We're certainly doing business in a national economy. And the fact that the federal minimum wage is still $7.25 is one of our biggest issues and a huge enemy to any state that's trying to do better by increasing wages. And the fact that some of our neighboring states and some of the states that some of our area businesses do business in are operating in a very different economic situation, whether we like it or not. factors into decisions that are made locally, into jobs that are created and retained locally. And those are things just from a larger economic perspective that I think it's important for us to understand and have more data about. Anyway, I asked the committee and the legislature to get more data, to ask more questions before you necessarily pass either a local or state resolution supporting a policy. I and my colleagues at Visit Ithaca, Downtown Ithaca, and Ithaca Area Economic Development went ahead and sent a survey out last week. We do have some initial responses and some interesting information to share. 73 employers responded to this survey. You'll be happy to know that 65% of them are already paying above $16.61 an hour as their entry-level wage. Most of them are paying substantially more than that. Tipped workers also are factored into that 35% that might not be starting at that, but tipped workers also have the opportunity to potentially earn significantly more than $16 an hour. The majority of the respondents, 63%, indicated that a minimum wage increase would impact them directly. They did some calculations, provided us with some more information. I can share that. 63% also said that wage compression would impact them directly. I think what's most important to understand, I'll just tell you a couple quick tidbits. 53% of the respondents supported the governor's version of the minimum wage proposal. Only 29% support the legislative version, the Senate and Assembly proposals at the state level, for what it's worth. And in terms of what would they do to mitigate the impacts to their businesses, again, the vast majority of these folks are already paying above this, but 42 of the 73 reported potential cutting jobs or reducing through attrition, 33% raising prices. Some of the job losses too, surprisingly, not just retail, restaurant, et cetera. Retail, service, restaurant, nonprofit, manufacturers, we had 10 businesses say they would be at risk of closing. I have more information. I don't need to share it all now. Thanks for listening. Appreciate the opportunity to get some more data together for us. Thanks.
Thanks, Jennifer. Next is Ben Lawrence.
Good evening. My name is Ben Lawrence, and I'm a social studies teacher at New Roots Charter School. August 6th is an ideal day to celebrate democracy, as it marks the 58th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which sought to ensure equal voting rights for all Americans. This act was a significant milestone in the fight for civil rights and a crucial step towards making American democracy more inclusive. By proclaiming this day as Celebrate Democracy Day, we honor the individuals and communities that fought tirelessly for the right to vote and remind ourselves of the importance of continued activism and civic engagement. Democracy is about more than voting. It's about participating in the democratic process and engaging with one's community. As a teacher at New Roots, I see students work every day towards a vision of a more just, equitable, and democratic society. By celebrating democracy on August 6th, we inspire young people to take an active role in their communities and exercise their rights and responsibilities as citizens. This is a meaningful way to recognize the progress we have made towards creating a more vibrant democracy, while recognizing the work that still needs to be done to ensure that all voices are heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Ellinger.
Good evening. I have to admit I'm a bit taken aback by David's remarks. I think I heard him correctly when he said that he was withdrawing his proposal. Well, let me say that I appreciate that, David, and I look forward to building relationships with Second Wind. It changed just the whole tone of what I was going to say tonight, but one thing you need to know about me is I'm an optimist, so I do have some thoughts I'd like to share, which are that Second Wind has been a part of the Newfield community since 2013, when the first 4 cottages were built. The steady growth to 18 cottages happened over the last 10 years and has gone under the radar of most of the community, but not the neighbors who live closest to it. And these are the people who reached out and expressed some of the concerns that they had with the way Second Wind was operating. And so there is some room for growth there. And I would love to see that growth happen. I believe in the mission that Second Wind has set forth. I think there's something to it. I think there's something that not any other entity in the country is doing right now, and I think the country could learn from that. But I think there's room for growth. So in that, with that, I'd like to say that homelessness is not a problem that is unique to Ithaca or Tompkins County, right? Second Wind pioneered a new way of working with this problem, and it just needs, again, to perfect the process, and it needs to spread that success further than just Newfield or Tompkins County, I believe. I encourage them to perfect the process, and I think of how it can be replicated on a state level and a national level. I've heard the acronym NIMBY bantered about, but let me be clear. I believe that unless every other municipality in this county is providing housing for 18 homeless souls, Newfield should not be seen as a place to house more. In closing, I'm here tonight to represent the people of Newfield who have made it clear that they do not want the expansion, whether they are campsites or cottages. I encourage the representatives to do the right things. I appreciate David and Second Wind, and I'd like to move forward with building that relationship. Thank you.
Next is Susan Holland.
Good evening. I'm Susan Holland. I'm the Executive Director at Historic Ithaca, and I'm going to be speaking about one specific issue, the Red House, also known as 408 North Tioga Street. But I did want to just say that I'm coming this evening in person. I'm learning a lot of things that I did not know about, or maybe I'm just in my own lane paying attention to certain things. But thanks to everybody for talking about what they're talking about and the civil discourse that we are having with y'all. So it's good. I wanted to just say I delivered some good news to the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee last Thursday at their regular meeting, and they also had some good news for us that they approved to have the Facilities Department work towards a full structural engineering report with an outside consultant for that building, so thank you for that. Our good news is that we've been talking about the house with a lot of different people, and we've had interest from people who might want to purchase 408 North Tioga Street. They haven't come forward yet because there hasn't been any indication that it will be sold, but some indication. So the interest is both residential, commercial, for different people and different programs. We've also spoken to a well-known real estate agent about their thoughts. All are positive. Every bit of it is positive. So in the light of the decision to do the structural report, that's great news for those who would want to purchase it, as they have been asking about that particular question, because they'd be making an investment in the building and they would want to know that their investment is a sound one. Looking further to the future, we know that you'll be making plans to design and build the center of government, which will all of these decisions will play into. We appreciate all the work that you're doing and going into these decisions, the conversations, the time, and ways that can benefit the property and specifically the neighbors and the people in our community and Tompkins County overall. So Historic Ithaca is here to help and assist however you would like. So thank you for the opportunity again to speak with you today. And sorry for the repeat for the other people who've heard me say that. Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. Next is Olivia Carpenter.
Hello. I came to speak on behalf of Rejoice the Vote with Jeff Furman and Via's Cookies, my business and personal brand. So protection of voting rights is beautiful. I am thankful to be granted, as a woman of color, the ability to vote for people who might represent me. However, the fight is never over, and I often don't actually see people who represent me in offices. So we need to continue to reform. Roe v. Wade, trans rights, banned books, all of these important issues are being repealed, even though we fought so hard. Our rights as people are being or attempting to be stripped from us. So we're not even able to celebrate our bodies in these systems that we're trying to get these rights into, and then all of a sudden, like, never mind, girl. We need to encourage people like me and younger to vote. I know several notable Black leaders in past communities that didn't actually vote because they just didn't have the energy for it. And I, as a 22-year-old, have just recently found myself able to vote, and people in where I came from rural Ohio, never really taught me the importance of it. Yeah, they taught me like some basics about voting, but I wasn't actually encouraged to vote. I was oppressed within the community that I lived in, and I wasn't even given the ability or the rights to really believe that I had the voice to say what I wanted. So I stand behind Jeff. I'm glad that he has gotten this proclamation and that we can celebrate that, but I'm also pushing for us to continue to make people vote, make people believe that it is just to do so, and to encourage children to see that they have a voice and vote as well. Thanks. I also have cookies, so at the end of this, I'm gonna give Jeff the giant bag of cookies I brought with John Lewis stickers on them, RIP a real one, and everyone can probably grab a cookie. I think they're enough. Thank you.
You're my favorite speaker this evening. Bring in cookies. That's
She's
great.
everyone's
I wanna
favorite
say
speaker. I was going to clap before she mentioned cookies.
Kristen Nunez.
Save me a cookie. I'm Kristen Nunez. I run the Learning Farm, Cuba International, and CAN Cooperative Media, and I am honored to support Jeff Furman's initiative, Rejoice the Vote, and I'm deeply honored to be a New Yorker. I just want to lift up our great state. Given everything that women did just an hour north of here in Seneca Falls, given everything Black Americans, African Americans did in the Adirondacks in the 1800s to fight for Black men to be able to vote by parceling out rural lands so that they could become landowners. That all happened in our great state. And I want to encourage us not to just look at the history, the rich history that we come from, but to look at, like Via just said, what's happening today and how it's related to our history. I want to read a quote. There were many people, suffragettes and abolitionists who fought right here in Ithaca for disenfranchised people to be able to vote, but there were many opposed to those ideals. Back in 1911, a gentleman by the name of J.B. Sanford, a senator of the 4th District of California, stated it this way: "The men are able to run the government and take care of the women. Do women have to vote in order to receive the protection of man? Why, men have gone to war, endured every privation and death itself in defense of women. To man, woman is the dearest creature on earth, and there is no extreme to which he would not go for his mother or sister. By keeping woman in her exalted position, man can be induced to do more for her than he could by having her mix up in affairs that will cause him to lose respect and regard for her. Woman does not have to vote to secure her rights. Man will go to any extreme to protect and elevate her now. As long as woman is woman and keeps her place, she will get more protection and more consideration than man gets. There are those today who have said, women, we've got you, don't worry about it. There are people who today, Black people, will take care of you, don't worry about it. We don't need your representation here. And I encourage us all to leave that in the past. It didn't belong in the past either, but today it has no place. Thank you so much.
Phoebe Brown.
I guess y'all can see this, right? Hi, everybody, and I'm really glad to be here, and thank you for giving me this mic. Y'all know what happens when I get in front of a mic, right? But I want to open this up by inviting our ancestors here to guide us, to protect us, and to come through us as our voices, right? So I come here today to support Jeff Furman. That's because I like him. But most importantly, to support and celebrate Democracy Day, August 6th, and the proclamation. My reason why I want to do this is because it's personal. very personal. For me as a young lady who sat, I wasn't even a young lady, I was a young girl, 5 or 6, watching people who look like me get hosed on, get beaten with batons, get just treated unfairly, but to watch them to continue to fight for the right for me to have an opportunity to vote, right? For me and for people to look like me to have an opportunity to vote. And most importantly, it didn't stick, right? It didn't stick because I was that person who looked around and said nothing is really changing for Black people, right? For years and years, right? I was that person on the side who were like watching my mother up every election, working for the polls for years and years and years, and used to look at it and say, and then she got to come back here into this place, right? Why? Why would she do that? And I didn't learn until years later that if I'm not a part of the solution, then I'm definitely a part of the problem. And I jumped out there, right? I am now on the council, Common Council is alderperson for Ward 2. And nothing feels better for me than to come home at night and have people who have sent me messages and said, thank you for what you said, Phoebe. Thank you very much for what you said. So I want to celebrate. I want to celebrate when I want to stand in my truth that there's a lot of work that we need to do. Celebration only gives us a time to build those relationships we're talking about, right? Celebration also helps us to remember Fannie Lou Hamer, many others. She stands out to me. And think about the women today, Latasha Brown, Stacey Abrams, who motivates me to continue to do this work. Even when I go home some nights and I'm like, what for, Phoebe? But I gotta remember that I represent a group of people who really is watching what I'm doing. I'm a recovering athlete. I've been in prison before. No, not prison. Don't even put that one. But I've... Because, you know, it ain't never too late. But what? It might. No, anyway, I want to thank you all very much for listening to me. And I hope, I ain't bring no cookies, but I'll make sure y'all get some. Thank you. I love y'all. And thank y'all for the work that you do for us constantly. One thing I learned very clearly, and I'm not going to hog the time. Y'all know what happens to me in front of these mics. But I want to say I understand. I didn't understand how this worked and how it can be really, they don't pay us enough. Y'all get more than us. But anyway, thank y'all for letting me talk. I just dropped it like that.
Meek Adams.
Hi, everybody. My name is Meek Adams. I work at Southside Community Center. I'm here in support of Jeff Furman's resolution. Civic engagement is very important to us at Southside in general because the other day I'm asking the kids and I'm like, hey, you know, like we're doing government and I'm talking about, hey, so do you know who the mayor of Ithaca is? And they go, Joe Biden. So I'm like, no. Joe Biden is the president of the country, but I'm like, the mayor, like that's another position. And I'm like, then you have the county legislature. And you know what they said again? They said Barack Obama. And I'm like, okay, so we got to go get through to this because civic engagement starts really young because my kids, I teach all kids, but majority of my kids are Black and brown, and you know, getting them really involved with the community and like getting involved with like civic engagement is so important because then they actually feel like they're helping out because they are, because when you're involved with your local government, you are a part of the community. And I think that's why disenfranchisement is something that I'm trying to honestly abolish in general. I actually just got around to going up and getting around to petitioning, because, you know, it was election season and stuff, and like we got to go around like up in like West Village and around Southside and around like all these different places, and like I'm from also Southside and from West Village, so like I was getting to go around, and like these people are like my neighbors, right? I don't live there no more, but they were telling me like, you know, the last time I think somebody ever came and knocked on my door was when Obama was running for president, and I was like, geez, like, and you know, it was just like something that like I had forgotten, like that sense of community, because as we're talking too, like I just came around to petition, but they're like, hey, you know, like, do you want to come through? We're having a barbecue later. Like, it was actually like the weekend before St. Patrick's. They're like telling me like, oh, we're about to have drinks through. And like, it's just like, you know, that type of like level of engagement, I think you only really get through to people when you actually go around and get them involved in their local government. And that was just something I think that we're like, when you like supporting this resolution is something that we should celebrate and get back to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joanna Green.
Thank you. My name is Joanna Green. I live in the town of Enfield, but I'm here as a member of a new coalition in our county, Your Voice and Your Vote, the Tompkins Civic Engagement Coalition. And I'm here to express my support and pretty much the support of the coalition as well for this resolution that Jeff has put forward. Rejoice the Vote is one of the participating organizations in this coalition for civic engagement. And as we know, voting rights are under attack all across the U.S. At the same time, many people have already given up on voting and civic engagement because they do not see government addressing their basic needs. And this includes many of those most impacted by policy violence: young people, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, the queer community, people with disabilities, immigrants, and those affected by economic violence, also known as poverty, and or mental health challenges, addiction, and the criminal justice system. And that is the focus of our coalition. Because according to our calculations, based on New York State Board of Elections data from November 2022, a full 28% of the adult population in Tompkins County is not registered to vote. If that's correct, you know, check those numbers. If that's correct, that is shocking. Tompkins County. So we believe that these members of our community who are not voting are a sleeping giant, which if we can work diligently to engage with them year-round and then get them to the polls and eventually get more of them elected, we will make possible the transformative change in public policy at all levels that's needed to really save this democracy. So we see Celebrate Democracy Day as just one element of this work, but it's an important way to focus the community on this most pressing human rights concern. The coalition has already begun working to organize activities on and around August 6th of this year. We're just beginning, to be fair. And these activities will educate the community about the power of civic engagement, celebrate the history and ongoing struggle for voting rights, register new voters, and begin organizing across the county with the goal of producing record voter turnout in 2023 and 24. So just for reference, some of our other coalition partners so far include the Tompkins County Human Rights Commission, Office of Human Rights, Tompkins County League of Women Voters, Finger Lakes Independence Center, Dorothy Cotton Institute, Alliance of Families for Justice, Ultimate Reentry, URO, Southside Community Center, Tompkins Learning Partners, Open Doors English, Cayuga Health System, Groton Public Library, and we invite others interested in this work to consider joining the coalition. Ken, with the Office of Human Rights, is a contact person at 277-4080. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one speaker via Zoom this evening, Irene Weiser.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. Thank you for all of the wonderful comments tonight. I feel very, very heartened by the participation in the civic process in this community. It's kind of an interesting night for my comments to follow on the raising the minimum wage, which I certainly support. What I'm here to talk about is a resolution that just was added after the peak meeting yesterday regarding the NYSEG proposed rate hike in the face of the hot mess that is the NYSEG billing right now. I suspect that many of you are aware and have heard from constituents about the problems that people are facing with NYSEG billing. It's also happening with RG&E, which is the sister company. And anyhow, the two companies right now are proposing astronomical rate increases. NYSEG is proposing a rate increase of 35% for electric, and I've forgotten my numbers here. It's 20-odd% for gas. I think, or, no, actually, it's come down a little bit from their original. It's down to 14% for gas or 15% for gas. These are astronomical rate increases at any point in time. They're particularly troubling when one looks at the affordability challenges that people are facing in their everyday lives, as we've heard from many speakers tonight, and certainly in the face of the kind of inflation and housing costs that people have. The poverty data in Tompkins County is eye-opening, that 17.5% of our residents live below the poverty line. 24% of female-headed families with children live in poverty. If you include the ALICE residents, which is the asset-limited, income constrained but employed people, many of whom you've heard tonight, then nearly 46% of our residents are unable to pay their bills and must choose whether to pay their electric bills or put food on the table. It's just an untenable situation for NYSEG to be asking for a rate increase, and certainly in the face of the kind of billing problems that I suspect many of you are familiar with. So there's a resolution before you tonight that I urge you to support. I think it was on the consent agenda. During the peak meeting, I suggested adding another whereas clause that addressed affordability specifically. So because of that, it now has to come to a formal vote, and I urge all of you to please support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Next, we are going to move on to municipal officials, and I see Jorge here from the City of Ithaca.
Hey everyone, how we doing? Really good community we got here. We have a lot of great speakers. I know, as I pull up my list, I know I'll speak personally and say I'm very happy to hear about this resolution for raising the minimum wage as somebody who makes cookies for $15 an hour outside of council. So really hoping to see you.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Do I sound a little better now?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
Thank
too
you.
tall. Yeah. This is why I slouch, Travis. Reach the mics. But yeah, no, I'm really happy to see so many folks from the community come out and speak in favor of the resolution for the minimum wage. Personally speaking, of course, I hope to see you guys sign it and sign it in to move it forward. But just a couple of quick updates. I know a lot of folks were present at one of, I believe, the first of the community healing meetings that the Community Justice Center held today at Cinemapolis. There was a good combination of folks from the community, elected officials, law enforcement. Very good, good conversations were had, and a lot of work to do going forward. A lot of training to be had, and I hope that we can bring more folks into the conversation. And it's not lost on me that a lot of folks have been coming here speaking about the importance of civic engagement and democracy. And one of the things that we talked about was how we can engage more folks into that conversation beyond the usual suspects, beyond the folks who are already civically engaged. And I think the onus is on all of us as elected officials to reach out to these groups and continuing bringing those folks to the conversation, because it is a never-ending one, and that we were constantly moving in the direction of progress and justice. Beyond that, if you have not already received an email, you will soon, no doubt, about the City Council reaching out to speak to you all about our draft policy for how we're going to be dealing with homelessness in the encampments. A lot of work has gone into this, and we have made a serious priority of making sure to get feedback and input from you all on the county before we move forward on a decision, because we recognize that this needs to be a partnership for it to work. And so we're looking forward to getting your feedback, and after doing so, we want to reach out to a lot of folks who are doing a lot of the work on the ground, outreach workers, service workers, because it's going to be, it's going to be a three-legged race. We all have to be pulling our weight if we wanted to do it, because there's a lot of issues of capacity, of institutional, limitations, and we're only going to do so moving forward for our community by moving together. So looking forward to those conversations happening soon and making some progress on that regard. Some more progress has been made because we'll be moving our recommendations for reimagining public safety after our public hearing earlier this month to Common Council. We had some good comments from folks in the community, and we will probably have public comment at that vote when we have it at our next Common Council meeting. I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing some of you speak your mind about that. And it's really good to be moving forward in that direction on reimagining public safety as an initiative that was precedes me being on Common Council. I'm happy to see us moving towards really implementing a lot of this work. A lot of good recommendations came out of that, and I'm looking forward to seeing us talk about how we're going to bring unarmed responders to the table, how we're going to get a deputy city manager to start looking into implementing a lot of these things, and trying to really make our community whole, and the community healing as part of the Community Justice Center already underway, showing that we're taking this very seriously. And so looking forward to that, reaching this next chapter. Lastly, I'll end on the fact that we are ending petitioning season soon for all of the open seats on Common Council, as there will be elections this year. Part of, again, going to civic engagement, a lot of us are going to have slightly different or very different wards, and so building that engagement with our constituents to let them know about things like community healing, like reimagining public safety, like how the city is handling homelessness. These are all things that we are going to be very, vigilant about, and reaching out to our new constituents and old constituents as well. And so I'll leave it at that, and take any questions you might have.
Any questions for Jorge? Okay, great. Oh, one, Rich John.
I just wanted to say thank you for coming over here and taking the time to speak with us. It really is really helpful to get the direct message from the city.
Of course. Yeah.
Thanks.
No problem. Thank you, guys. Take care.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we are going to actually move on to Jeff Furman is going to do a short presentation on Rejoice the Voice. And there is a PowerPoint. Jeff, you're welcome to come up here to the microphone as well.
Sure. Hi, folks. I want to thank all the speakers tonight, and especially those who spoke about the voting proclamation. So each one of those people who spoke have also committed to doing work on celebrating democracy and increasing the turnout in Tompkins County as we go forward. So they'll be doing, the South Side is committed to doing it. Certainly Olivia's Cookies is happy to do it. Krista's doing it on her farm. She has a camp. There'll be democracy participation with the students, New Roots, and there are other places. We're talking to schools all around. The resolution, as I was sitting here, seems to imply that we've come up with, we're going to celebrate August 6th, because that's when the Voting Rights Act was written and passed in 1965. This is a full year program with that heightened day to celebrate, where we'll do the biggest celebration of the year. So it will be everywhere all the time in a joyful, spirited way. So I wanted to make that clear. Certainly, I want to also talk about the fact that on that table there is the trophy that will be given to the county in New York State, and we'll have a picture on it as I go through some of the slides, that will be given to the county in New York State, then the year 2024 gets the highest percentage of its eligible voters to the polls. So you are in a contest, and we need your help in the areas where you work, in your districts that you represent, to let us know how we can help, to let us know how we can engage with you. So this is, I'm going to give you a little bit about Rejoice the Vote and what it does. So we do three things. We honor the past, we celebrate the present, and we challenge the future with young people. You can move to the second slide. Those, you can see, it didn't go up on that one, but anyway, you can see the posters that we do. We honor the past. That's the voting vanguards. The one on the left have done it with voting rights. The ones on the right were suffragettes. Some of the people that you will see on that poster, many of the names you will not recognize. Some of you will recognize more of the names. People like the person at the bottom right, Jimmy Lee Jackson, was killed. That led to the first Selma March. Dorothy Cotton is up in the left. You know about her. But other people there lost their lives fighting for voting, and we don't even know who they are. So they're in that posters. And interestingly enough, March 21st was the day that people left Selma to head to Montgomery. So that was, I think, about 58 years ago. That was, and that's why we celebrate it, because there were people that lost their life before they got to go on that march, which happened on this day, coincidentally. Let's go to the next posters. So you will see on these, the ones on the left are young people now who are doing the work. They're just some of the young people around the country that are doing the work now, that working with young folks. I happen to know some of them. I was actually on the board of one of their organizations. They are leading this in the country they're all over the place and doing amazing work. The poster on the right is showing some people who have worked in the past, those on the left, and these are some young people. The woman in there, on that poster, actually, when she was 21, she was one of the first people to vote in her county. And when she was still working on voting, when she was 92, she was a lead plaintiff in a situation in North Carolina where they were depriving black people to vote. So we know that's a long time. That's 71 years. And the suffragettes, it took them 72 years to get the right to the women to vote. Next slide, please. That's honors Dorothy Cotton, the one on the left. And if you look up in the corner, there's a picture, and I was honored to meet John Lewis, spent a couple of hours with John Lewis at one time in my life, and it was it was the way he spoke about his life, his total commitment to voting, and in a joyful, spiritual way that led me to think about starting something like Rejoice the Vote. You can go to the next slides. Well, actually, if you went back, I'm sorry, I missed the one on the right, is Laura Bronca and I celebrated the Voting Rights Act last year with that poster, and we're going to update it going forward. Okay, then you can go forward now. Thank you. We did an art contest honoring this with just young people. There are the judges on the left, and the poster for honoring John Lewis Art Contest. The next slides, please. These were two of the winners that came nationally, done by young people. Vote for Who You Can Vote to help who can't, and the one on the right, Rejoice the Vote. That poster was the prototype when we designed the trophy that we'll be giving out in 2024. Next slide, please. So in 2020, in the election, we gave it to the votingest city. That's what I thought was a good idea, but it really should be the votingest county, one that includes everybody in New York State, and two, that all the data that we had to go through is countywide. So we have now changed it, and we were up and we were in Albany. The poster on the left is giving it to the mayor of the city of Albany that won the big city contest, and Saratoga Springs won the small city contest in 2020. Next slide, please. That's the trophy. We asked that question, will Tompkins County be the votingest county in 2024? I'm looking forward to celebrating that with you all here. And you can take a look at the trophy that's over here, that's on the side, but that's just a picture of it. And the next slide, please. So if you look at all those names, I have been in touch with every one of those organizations. They are led by young people, mainly young people of color. Some of them are statewide, some of them are citywide. They're all over the country, and they are amazing. I just want to explain how they give me such hope, because they operate, they're totally multiracial, they're totally gender, led mostly by women, mostly women of color, also very open about sexual preference, and they have made significant impact on the last two national elections. And they're so impactful that when election times come around, most of them run on budgets over $1 million. So everybody knows how impactful. The little group on the bottom called Circle, if you ever want to look it up, it has all the data of the impacts they've had on elections, how they run, all the issues that are important to young people, broken down by gender and broken down by race. One more slide, please. So that I had to write something in Albany for the media. This is what I wrote that went out when we honored Albany, is the feeling that voting is essentially one part of democracy, and democracy is one part of fighting for human rights, and it is in that sense that we're doing Rejoice the Vote. So we will hope to be everywhere, we'll hope to be very engaged, and we'll need your help, and I hope we win in 2024, and we will pass out some cookies for you now to remember us by as a start of celebration. So don't spoil your dinner.
Great. Thank you, Jeff, and thank you to everyone who came to speak this evening. We're a pretty competitive county, I must say. So challenge accepted. Next up, let's see here. It's 7:05. Let's go ahead and do our consent agenda. The consent agenda, resolutions and appointments to be voted on as a group unless any member of the legislature requests that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committees. Appointments, advisory board appointments, ID 11526. Housing and Economic Development Committee, Strategic Tourism Planning Board, Jason Seidel, TC3 Representative, term expires December 31st, 2023. Health and Human Services Committee, Board of Health, Dr. Andrea De Lima, physician seat, term expires December 31st, 2024. Recreation Partnership Board, Travis Brooks, legislator, term expires December 31st, 2023. Randy Brown, legislator, term expires December 31st, 2023. Tompkins County Youth Services Board, Jennifer Dean, at-large member, term expires December 31st, 2024. Ian Shackner, at-large member, term expires December 31st, 2025. Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Resolution A, resolution opposing the enactment of Executive Budget Article 7, Legislation Part M, and urging Governor Hochul and the state legislature to develop a more targeted and refined approach to modifying the in-rem tax foreclosure process, ID 11535.
Pull that one, please.
Okay. Public Safety Committee, Resolution B, reappropriation of Park Foundation grant for benefit of the drug courts of Tompkins County, ID 11509. Health and Human Services Committee, Resolution C, authorization to increase hours, various environmental health positions, Department of Whole Health, ID 11537. Resolution D, budget adjustment, Department of Social Services, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, funds for respite bed, ID 11552. Resolution E, budget adjustment, Department of Social.
I'd like to pull E,
Okay.
F, and H.
I'm sorry, which one got pulled?
So far, we have A, E, F, and H. Okay, resolution, Housing and Economic Development Committee, Resolution G, resolution calling for the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, to address the lack of cellular phone coverage for unserved and underserved areas, ID 11534. Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Resolution I, authorization to accept New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, DEC, Zero Emissions Vehicle, ZEV, rebate funds, ID 11527. Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Resolution J.
I'm going to pull that one.
Okay. Resolution K, award of contract, household hazardous waste, ID 11555. Can I have a mover for that, please? Moved by Veronica Pillar, seconded by Randy Brown. And all those in favor of our consent agenda, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you all. Okay, let's move on to our living wage resolution. And Veronica Pillar or Ann Corman, did one of you want to bring that forward? Or Greg Mezzi?
Yeah, I was going to just introduce it and then ask Ann to, or whoever, to move it.
Perfect, thank you.
So this resolution came out of the Housing and Economic Development Committee, Resolution M, resolution in support of New York State Raise the Wage Act, New York State Senate 1978A, and then the New York State Assembly 2204A, ID number 11547.
And I move the resolution.
Veronica Pillar seconds. And let's start the conversation. Ann Corman?
Thank you. A lot of valid information and arguments have been already said this evening, so I wanted to thank people for coming out. And just a couple of quick things that I wanted to say. Just thinking about just recently at the county hearing our Health and Human Services committee meeting yesterday, and they talked about the Healthy Communities survey that was recently done by our whole health department. And so they, in their survey, 4 out of the 5 top issues that were identified by people that they surveyed in the county had to do with affordability. And so the first one was affordable health care. The next one was affordable housing. Affordable food was also in the top 5. And I think and then later on, it was also listed affordable childcare. Thank you. And so we as a county government, as also looking at the state and federal government, we have already put a lot of effort into saying that people's welfare in a just and equitable way is important to us. And so we've already figured out how to help people by a myriad of programs. And there's a different way to help people when you're addressing the affordability issues. And as people have spoken about, New York, they talked about the county, but also New York is very difficult to afford for a lot of people. It was also spoken about in that same meeting that when a different department spoke about the population going into the future, we're going to lose, if I remember correctly, about over 8,000 people in the age group of 18 to 64 in the next few years. And those are traditionally are people who are working in this community. So one way to help retain people, help attract people in that age group in their working years is to raise the minimum wage so that they can afford to be able to stay here or to be able to come here. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. I always appreciate your presentations, first with dioramas, now with place cards.
You're welcome.
I love props.
It's pretty fancy. It took me a while.
I do appreciate that. Veronica, did you have your hand up as well?
No, I was just seconding it. I'll wait.
Okay. Great. Greg Mezzi and then Mike Sigler.
Yeah, this is a tough one. And I appreciate all of those that came to speak. As you all will always hear me say, I love public comment. I think it's so important to the process. I did not vote for this in committee. It's not that I'm opposed to raising the wage. I just would like more time to be able to have a discussion, to have more data points, to understand within our community what the real impacts may be. I think we have an affordability issue in our community, and I think for all of my colleagues who support the minimum wage increases, when it comes to raising the cost of other things on the residents within our community, we should also take that into effect. And you pointed out childcare, right? I think we have a responsibility at the county level to do something to help make childcare more affordable. I think we have a responsibility to do things to make our food system and food insecurity. There's so many things that we can do, and I think there sometimes are these issues like minimum wage that get a lot of attention. But I think we also have to remember how do we continue to make our community and ultimately our state increasingly less affordable? What can we do to make it more affordable? I don't know if raising the wage is the way to do that. I think there are a lot of other levers that we can look at within our purview at the state level. We could advocate for at the federal level. There's a lot of different things we could do. I'm not prepared to make a decision on this tonight to move this forward. I often don't like the fact that we get put into this pressure cooker of a race because of the state and assembly budget process, which the budget process at the state level to try to, get our support in when there's 11 other months outside of the year that we could be doing these type of activities. So I'd like to have that conversation. I'd like to hear from more than just 40 some odd folks or business owners in a survey. I appreciate the work that Jennifer did, and I appreciate the work that the other working group did, but I'd just like to see more data. I'd like to hear from more people on both sides of the conversation. And I hope that we could have a balanced conversation. I would invite that conversation in HED, in my committee. I know probably in WDIC that conversation would be welcomed as well. I just think it's important that we make sure we have all the pieces of information. We understand the real impact that something like this could have on, and I know it could have a real impact on people's lives. And I want to make the decision. I don't want to delay, but I want to make sure that we're doing it in a way that truly will make a difference.
Mike Sigler.
So listen, I want people to make as much money as humanly possible. I want everybody to be able to afford the things in life that they can and go about their lives and enjoy them with enough money in their pockets to enjoy them. I think we do need a little bit of perspective on this. This is a significant amount of money. This is not, I'll have to read into it to see how they came up with 2125. That is not what this is not a living wage debate. That is significantly higher than what the living wage is here in Tompkins County. Frankly, Tompkins County, we live in somewhat of a bubble economically. If you go out to, I'll pick Norwich. I don't mean to pick on Norwich, but pick any random county in upstate New York that isn't Tompkins, and the situation is not similar to what it is here. I want to step back, though, too, and listen, I'm not worried about the Walmarts of the world. I'm not, they can absorb it, I think. If you were to stretch it out long enough, it'd make it easier to absorb it, but they have a lot of products, sell a lot of products. They can split it up easier than some of your more specific companies. But I want to just look at, like us, Tompkins County, right? We talk about just the wage and the impact just for the people that are making the living wage at the county. It's going to increase our outlay X amount, but then you're going to have wage compression. And if you don't think that's real, if I'm a guy making $20 an hour, or let's say I'm making $21.25 and we bring somebody else on, I'm going to say, why is this person you just brought on making the same as me when I've been here 2 years? And that happens all the time. So, I mean, if you were just to do the math out and give everybody at the county a $4.64 raise, you're talking about $139,000 a week, and that's $7.2 million a year. Now, that's high, right? We're not going to do that for everybody. All right, cut it in half. That's still pretty high. I mean, you're talking, over $3 million, and that's every year. That's going to be indexed to inflation. So that's forever. I want to give a little more perspective on this, too, because granted, we're a state, right? So one of 50. But New York, if it was a country, it'd be a pretty big country, I mean, economically. We have one of the highest minimum wages in the world. I mean, right now. I mean, the only one close is Australia at $14.54. And every other country, nobody else does it this way, really. I was just reading up on this because it's interesting now. You guys brought it to the fore. I mean, there are rural minimum wage, urban minimum wages, skilled labor wages, unskilled labor wages, adolescent and minor labor wages. I mean, I like going to the local ice cream stand. My daughter, she makes $14.50, I think, an hour now. I don't know if that ice cream stand could absorb that kind of cost. I heard municipal people here who represent municipalities, and they're supportive of this, and I'm wondering, how much money does your municipality have? And I'm going to close with that, because if this does pass, this is kind of a state mandate upon our budget that we're not getting money for. This is a tax increase, and a significant tax increase. We are going to have to go and do one of two things, right? 80% of our budget is people. You're either going to cut people or you're going to raise taxes if this goes through. And that's just something to keep in mind. That is a significant tax increase. that we are going to have to put on the property tax. It's not like the state is going to be sending us money out of the income tax to make up this shortfall. So, thank you.
Okay, I just want to have a time check real quick because it's 7:20, and I have 5 people on the 6 people on the list here, and I would just remind everyone that this is not a resolution stating that we're going to have a living wage here in Tompkins County. And if that were the case, then I would say let's debate it all night and figure it out. But this is a resolution sending our support or not sending our support to our representatives in Albany. Okay, so I have Lee Shurtleff, Rich John, Veronica Pillar, Deb Dawson, Travis Brooks, and Mike Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think you all know I operate a couple of small businesses now that I've moved on from other roles that you've known me in. I come from a long line of small business operators and farmers, dairy and chicken farming. And Mike kind of moved me in the direction here. I don't have malls out in Groton. I don't have Target, Walmart, Wegmans, large-scale manufacturing anymore, unfortunately. What we do have are lots of small businesses in both the communities that, the 3 communities that I represent and the 2 communities where I operate these businesses. There isn't a day goes by that I'm not talking to other small business owners or local farmers, many of them multi-generation, family-owned operations. And something you may not realize when it comes to the small businesses that most of the owners of these small town, small businesses and agricultural operations, many months of the year, if any, aren't essentially realizing a livable wage themselves when they get done making payroll, paying their property taxes, paying the heat bills, trying to keep things afloat. And it's no better after the last few years of economic turmoil and pandemic that we've had. And the largest employer in my district is a not-for-profit with over 100 employees that has just hit its 40th year. It's in the healthcare field. What this resolution or legislation would do to that organization without a massive commitment by the federal and state government to increase Medicare and Medicaid payments to healthcare providers, it would put them out of business. We've barely been able to maintain a living wage in that organization and extend it to all the employees and meet the mandated staffing requirements that have come from the state. I understand where this comes from. I want to see our standard of living. I want to see the wages go up. But I don't want to see these small businesses in our communities put out. And that, at this point in time, is I think, what the result of this would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Rich, John?
Yeah, I understand the reasoning for the people coming in and saying we really should be thinking about this. I share with Greg the interest in having more time to understand it because this is a really complicated issue. I'd also mention that I was very happy in our last budget cycle to not increase property taxes. And, you know, given I live in the city, we saw a 10% city tax increase and a 8.5% school tax increase. That directly impacts affordability for pretty much everybody, even if you're not a property owner, if you rent. And that seemed to get no attention at all, or very, very little. But that was a direct impact on everybody. I understand raising the minimum wage would perhaps address some of that, but I still have questions here. I don't know why it goes to $18 and $20. That does seem, as Mike Sigler said, that does go far beyond what is a livable wage or defined as a livable wage. And it puts us in a very different position from neighboring states that, frankly, we compete with. I'm not necessarily opposed to this but I'd sure like to understand it better before I voted for it. So I am not going to support it tonight, but love to learn more. Thank you.
Veronica Pillar.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the support and concerns that folks have raised. I do want to, maybe kind of echoing Shauna, I want to be clear, like, just to clarify that this resolution wouldn't raise the wage in Tompkins County, although directly, although I'd love to be able to do that. I also want to be clear about the schedule. It's heading toward a minimum wage of $21.25 an hour, but that would not be till 2027, more than 3.5 years from now. So at least I think some of the fears of it going up too fast are possibly a misinterpretation. The wage would go up to $16 next year, 2024, if this passed. And this, I think our county administrator calculated the effect that would have in our budget, which is frankly quite small because we are already a living wage employer, at least for all of our full-time employees, and living wage here is $16.61. Like, $16 is not pushing us anywhere. And it wouldn't be till the next year that it's 18 and rising beyond there. And I would not, I don't know what's going to happen with the living wage, but I would not expect it to drop. But so some of the things that our speakers asked for is not even what this, the state legislation would give. But I also want to bring back what people said. A lot of people said about this being an issue of dignity, of just people being able to meet their basic needs, which I think we all support. That's why we have quite a lot of departments in this county where the entire function is to be able to support people meeting their basic needs who can't otherwise. And this for, nothing solves everything, but raising wages for a bunch of people, it's specifically people making low wages, of course, like people who are likely to be struggling to meet their basic needs. It's a way to do some of the work of exactly what our county government is here to do, and while doing so, give people autonomy over how to meet their basic needs. Get money to go buy food and pay their bills instead of a housing voucher that can only be used in certain places, or SNAP benefits that can only be used for this, not that, and not even all of people's personal essentials. It's also a racial equity issue. If we believe in that, I think we should be really second-guessing going slow on increasing the minimum wage. We've got a statistic in the resolution that 74% of Black workers in Tompkins County were, or at least at a data point within the past year, were earning less than $16.61 an hour. 74% is a lot. I don't know the stat for white workers, but it's a lot less. And this wasn't, we had speakers speaking about voting rights and the empowerment felt there, and this is not that, but I think it's all kind of part of the same package of equity within our county. And finally, I do hear the concerns about how this could be problematic for businesses. I want to also put out that a lot of businesses have dealt with the problems. We had a business manager explain how a wage increase would be better for at least his business because it would give people more money to spend at local businesses. People struggling with money to spend. If you're making a couple $100,000 a year, making more will probably not have you spending more at local business. This would be going to exactly the people who are limiting spending, maybe at a place like Green Star, because they can't afford it. And so I guess broadly, I want people to think of also the cost of inaction, not just the cost of action. We have a lot of focus on the cost of action, but and maybe a business will struggle. Maybe a business was closed. That's not good. I don't want that to happen. But right now we've got people who are struggling with their lives, just making their basic end meet. And I don't want people's lives to fail either. So I hope you'll think about that before deciding on this.
Thank you. Deborah Dawson.
Yeah, I have some questions, actually. Somebody mentioned at some point in the course of the comments that the governor had also proposed a minimum wage increase. Did I hear that correctly? Yeah, and can someone tell me what she was proposing as opposed to what is proposed in here?
Ann Corman.
I'm just wondering, could we get either Pete Myers or Ian to address that?
I believe it was about proposing, the governor was proposing to raise it, whatever the inflation was the year before, but that she could cap it at the same time. Does that sound right to people?
Jennifer Tavares, do you have information on that? Would you like to come up and use a microphone so people can hear?
Should I stay or walk away?
Stay, Pete.
We could do point, counterpoint.
This is just a high-level summary, and when I shared the information, I shared it in the context of we asked a question about it, and people indicated what they thought. So the budget proposal was to index the minimum wage to the CPI, Consumer Price Index, for urban wage earners and clerical workers after it reaches $15 an hour in 2024. This proposal would ensure no single-year increase would threaten levels of employment. Annual increases would be capped at 3%, and an off-ramp would be available in times of economic uncertainty. And so that was the proposal that the majority of people were supportive of.
So, and that was the
I would want to get you more detail than that if you have more questions.
Is that the governor's proposal?
That was what the governor's executive budget proposed, yes.
So the max of her proposal would be $15 an hour, at least for the first year?
It was going to cap annual increases at 3%, so it would index to CPI, but there'd be a cap of 3%.
But you said it would index to
And it would start
CPI once CPI reached $15.
Yeah.
So effectively, that would not be any kind of immediate increase.
It would not exceed our current living wage until 2028 at the earliest.
Right.
And it's basically starting from the plan that's already in place for the next increase, as I understand it. So at the end of the year, when that increase kicks in, this would then kick in beyond that.
And what is that increase that's supposed to kick in?
It should be at 15 everywhere by 12/31/2023, correct? That's my understanding. And it's actually, I think, higher downstate.
Sorry. I'm reading off your survey question, so I am.
But I think the date when the change happens each year is 12/31 of this year, and then technically January 1st is the next day. So yeah, 2024.
So I guess my problem is that I can see why people are reluctant to support the version that's the Wage Act version, because it seems very ambitious as it phases in over all 4 years. On the other hand, I was hoping that the governor's proposal would be a little more ambitious and a little more generous, because it's just not acceptable to have such a large percentage of our Tompkins County workers, 40%, who don't earn a living wage. And as always with these issues, there isn't an easy answer when you try to balance everything. So I guess I'm a little more confused than I ever was. One of the things that I was concerned about when I spoke to Pete Myers today was the benefits cliff and what impact this would have on people's eligibility for benefits that they need. And I guess if somebody can address that question, I would be interested in hearing.
We could have Ian address that.
Yeah, well, thanks for that. Sure.
Oh, you're welcome. I try to make everyone happy.
You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. So I'm Ian Greer, and I work at the ILR school at Cornell. I'm director of something called the ILR Ithaca Co-Lab that does engaged research in the community. And I've been.
I just want to say ILR.
School of Industrial and Labor Relations. I've been working on this for 5 years now, and it's still a complicated issue. So what's your question about benefits cliffs?
What kind of impact would it have on people's eligibility here in Tompkins County?
Right. We did simulations of benefits cliffs to figure out how many people would lose net income at different levels of minimum wage increases. And so we compared situations of not very quick minimum wage increases with situations of much quicker minimum wage increases. And what we found out was something that made sense once I thought about it, but I didn't know this was going to be the finding, is that there are a lot fewer households that are affected by benefits cliffs when you have a rapid minimum wage increase than when you have a slow one. And the reason for that is that as the minimum wage goes up, there's more earned income coming into households, which compensates for the loss of the value of benefits. So what we found out in our simulations, and I think that, so these are sort of old numbers, but I think they wouldn't be that different if we did it now, is that about 2 to 3%, 4% maximum, of families who have someone whose income is whose wages are brought up by a minimum wage increase would be affected by benefits cliffs. This decreases as minimum wage increases become more generous. So we're talking about maybe 2% of households who experience a wage increase from this. And of course, it's a little bit more if you have a slow minimum wage increase. But yeah, that's what we found in the simulations, and I think that's what the reality is going to be.
Thank you. And I think it's worth noting, too, that as I've been reading in local media, there are apparently a fairly large number of people who are going to be losing SNAP benefits in any event, which is one of the benefits that I think I'm most concerned about. So I appreciate your input.
You're welcome.
Travis Brooks.
So, I'm really torn on this issue. When I think about somebody working 40 hours a week, making $17 an hour, and after taxes and all of that stuff, probably bringing home about $2,100 a month. And then, I don't know, $1,400, $1,500 if you live in the city for rent. What do you have after that? I mean, you have food, you have utilities, it's not possible to survive, and that's above a living wage. A living wage, I don't really think applies in Tompkins County. It certainly doesn't in the city of Ithaca. I do struggle that it came to us and we have 2 weeks to decide what we want to do. I do understand that we are just saying we're going to support something and this is not an actual bill for Tompkins County. I do want to see people get paid more. They do need to get paid more. But there are some issues and flaws in this. And, some people have brought it up, but just on the county, there are going to be some things that we're going to have to pay for. We are going to have to increase the wages for staff. We're going to have to deal with compression. Lisa tried to look at something in a few days and shot us some numbers. I think it was $340,000, and that doesn't include compression over that period of time. She said it was not enough time to get that done. I only know of 2 ways in dealing with the city budget for 25 years to do that: decrease staff or increase taxes, right? And so if we do something like this, and it does come into effect, we're going to have to be really creative, because the people who hurt the most, right, some of our homeowners in the city and county, are going to be paying more in taxes. They're going to pay more in school taxes, county taxes, and city taxes, because all three are going to increase. That's just a fact, unless we figure out a different way to absorb this cost without putting it on property owners and employees that we currently have by reducing the workforce. I'm probably going to support this because people just can't survive on what they're making in this county. It's tough. I have 5 young adults that are out on their own, 4 on their own, and they struggle, 2 jobs. It's tough. So I'm probably going to support this, but there's a lot of work we're going to have to do as legislators if this happens, not to put that burden back. And I will say that when a small business goes out of business, there are employees who then become unemployed. So it is a big deal when a small business goes out of business. They might have 8 employees. Each one of their employees might get health benefits from that employer. So that is a really big deal. So this is something that we're going to have to understand, that impact. But for folks who have small businesses, it's a big deal. It's not anything that should just be taken lightly.
Thank you. I do want to have a bit of a time check. It's 7:41. I have Mike Lane, myself, and Ann Corman. And we also have an hour presentation this evening for our Center for Government. Mike Lane?
I want to thank the Workers Center for coming and bringing this issue to our attention, and all the folks that came and spoke. I've heard people say, well, they're just a bunch of radicals. They are, and they should be, because they're talking about advocating for the workers in Tompkins County who have the least, and I certainly understand that. I remember when we were stuck at a minimum wage nationwide, and there was the argument that New York State had the right to raise the minimum wage for New York State, and we advocated for that, and I'm glad we did, and I'm glad New York State raised its minimum wage. Now we're being asked again for that. Unfortunately, I think we're in a time of, and I heard the term earlier, economic uncertainty. We really are. We've got a huge inflationary spiral. Federal Reserve is doing what it can to stop it, but what has that led to? That's led to some bank failures. And why were there failures? Because they were invested in U.S. securities, which the bonds went down in value. We have small businesses that we've been losing. I read very recently that Amazon is going to lay off 27,000 people. I read that not very long ago, as we all know, that BorgWarner is going to shut down one of its facilities here in Tompkins County and send 1,500 jobs to Mexico. Not because it's more expensive to have labor in Mexico, but because it's more expensive to have labor here. We know that. We've had some changes in the agricultural markets and the agricultural business, I should say. For farmers, their overtime requirements have been changed, so they're going to be hit with much stronger requirements for overtime of their employees. Automation is going to be expanded because employees cost a lot of money, especially if we raise minimum wage. We have shortages of people in the healthcare industry, nursing homes. Nursing home costs have doubled. Do you know how much it costs to have one of your elderly relatives in a nursing home today? $12,000 to $15,000 a month. And don't think that everybody can afford that, because they can't. And it's because of the shortage of folks and the higher cost of folks who work there. Not that they don't deserve more money, they work hard. But this is reality, and this is economic uncertainty. We have always thought that people should strive to improve their lives through education and other things. We need to continue that. That's why we have a community college that's open enrollment and lets people do everything now from associate's degrees down to micro-credentials to help them improve and get better jobs. I just think it's the wrong time to do this. And I understand every reason why folks want it done and why they need it. But I don't think that I can support it at this juncture.
Thank you. I honestly don't think that there will ever be a right time to give people more money, right? That people were working hard. Seems like during COVID, poor people got poorer. It's not to say that wealthy people got wealthier. Maybe they did. I personally have found the governor's budget laughable and insulting. I think that this effort demonstrates really her lack of connection with the people. And I thank Ian for coming out today, because I know that 4 or 5 years ago, I had a friend that worked locally at a children's clothing store, made $13 an hour, single mom, and she couldn't accept her annual raise because if she made $13.25, she wouldn't receive daycare subsidy, she wouldn't receive Section 8 housing, SNAP benefits. She would lose absolutely every single one of her benefits. She recently received a job paying well over $22 and is no longer receiving those benefits, which is incredible because her work provides insurance and she's able to afford things for her family. So I will certainly be supporting this. And again, I'm happy to hear my biggest concern was the benefits cliff. So I'm happy to hear that news. Thank you for coming tonight. Next is Ann Corman.
Thanks, I'll wrap it up. The last thing I wanted to say, and I know a lot of people have concerns regarding paying for this, so I just wanted to, I look at it as an equity thing, but we also, of course, need to look at it as how we're going to pay for it. We have programs, and as people said, we have levers. I think it's way more than levers that we have to help people. There are programs that either we provide, the county, the state, the federal government, and guess who usually has to carry those programs out? It's the county with our 30-some departments. And we have overhead, staffing, facilities to administer all these programs, to help people. We have committed to that we're going to help people, but a lot of people are not going to need as many services if they have a better wage. So you're going to pay it one way or you're going to pay it another way by paying them a different wage. So just think about that. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else this evening? Veronica, close us out here.
Well, it was partially a question for Pete, so maybe I'll ask him to close it out. One of the issues that came up was the wages for jobs, like healthcare type jobs that get Medicaid reimbursement and things, and they're, which I think as we talked about before, could, if that was increased, those wages were increased, that could alleviate things like nursing home costs, perhaps by allowing people to do alternatives like home care. There is a passage in the state bill that mentions this issue and talks about the worker shortage and says to address this critical worker shortage, we need to not just raise the minimum wage significantly, but also to provide the state funding necessary to finance those raises in the state and city contracted programs that employ these essential workers. Which I think it's great that the resolution would be saying that. I don't know that this legislation would actually ask for that funding, but I don't really read legalese or the vagaries of Albany politics, and I'm wondering if, Pete, maybe you can comment on the likelihood of that coming along.
Frankly, I don't know how comprehensive I'll be in my commenting, but I do know more about Senator Ramos, who's sponsoring this in the state Senate, who's very committed that this wouldn't happen without those subsidies increasing from the state. And I also don't know, I'm actually thinking more of the caregiving industries in some ways. I don't know about there's a range of caregiving industries. I would not say this is my expertise, except to say that I know that the Senator Ramos, who's sponsoring this, is committed to not happening unless those subsidies happen. And it, kind of what you read sort of indicated that as well, right? Or was it?
I mean, it sounds like it.
Right.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on this resolution.
Could we do a roll call?
Sure can.
Thank you.
Just to confirm what we're voting on, resolution in support of New York State's Raise the Wage Act, and it's ID 11547. Roll call.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
No.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
No.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
We have 8 ayes, 6 noes. Motion passes.
Madam Chair?
Sure.
I'm wondering if it would be helpful to do the resolutions to be added or withdrawn from the agenda. That might resolve some of the people in the audience.
Yeah. Ann Corman?
Yeah, can I speak to that?
Sure.
There was Dave Shapiro from Second Wind Cottages, or Second Wind, had asked originally for me to put a resolution in for, it's Resolution P, to accept a revised application from Second Wind for Tompkins County Recovery Fund. He had asked me to put that in, and then today he asked me to take it out, and I'm not going to take it out. I'm going to keep it in because what I believe, and I haven't talked to his board at Second Wind, but what I believe is they're afraid that this is not going to pass, and if it does pass, that we accept their application and they still want to renege it, they can. But so I have some confidence that I'm hoping it will pass. So I would like to keep my resolution in.
Okay, so it is actually 7:53. Why don't we take a 7-minute break, and we'll come back at 8 o'clock.
It's every community.
Back to work.
That's home rule.
And then, let's see here. The next item on our agenda is going to be it seems like there's an echo in here, is our second wind resolution. Randy Brown, would you like to bring forward your member file?
Yes, want me to read it, or you want?
Yeah, if you could just read the title, that would be great, with the ID number.
Okay. I'd like to move Resolution O, and it's number ID 11566. It's a resolution to eliminate a Community Recovery Fund grant recommendation for funding consideration to be awarded to Second Wind Cottages by the Tompkins County Legislature in December 2022, submitted by myself.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Deborah Dawson. And would you like to speak to the resolution, Randy?
I would. Thank you. A second application was submitted by Second Wind because the first one was, although it was temporarily approved, awaiting seeker, the town put a moratorium on campsites, which will be extended if needed, while they look at putting their local laws in place for that and for lot size and other things they're looking at. Therefore, I don't think that this is going to happen in the near future, if at all. The original one that was temporarily approved, and I think it should be removed.
Okay, thank you. Rich John?
I would offer an amendment. I would like to move to take the resolution back to committee, and I'm going to make the same motion in regard to Resolution P, that it does seem like there's opportunity for real discussion here, and I would like to see some resolution that met with agreement between the town of Newfield and Second Wind. I ran into Carmen at Wegmans. This is a small town. We had a great discussion just last week. I see fully the need for this type of housing. This would be meaningful, real change for the number of people that there are cottages for. But it does seem like the town is uncomfortable with adding that many cottages at once. I'd love to see some proposal with a smaller number of cottages and scale down our grant, but continue to fund it in some capacity. But I think there has to be more discussion for us to make the right decision here. We are not in a hurry, so I would move to send both back to committee. Thank you.
Seconded by Mike Klein. Discussion. Ann Corman, Veronica Pillar, Deborah Dawson.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's some confusion, so I'm going to see if I can clarify this. The revised application was changing it, their Second Wind's ask from campsites to cottages. So it wasn't reducing the number of campsites they were asking for, it was changing it completely to cottages.
And my resolution removes the campsites, the campsite proposal. That's all it does. The one that was approved in December 22 for campsites, this resolution is to remove that one.
Reject, remove it, okay.
Veronica?
Yeah, I didn't want to talk about the merits of this, but I'm also kind of confused on the process. So if anyone missed it, something that happened, I'm sure Dan presented on this, at the last Community Recovery Fund meeting was the Community Recovery Fund Committee considered a request to replace the, I'm going to try to stick to what, campsites and cottages, and I will not say the word cabins. Okay, to replace the campsites proposal, which this full legislature voted to fund pending seeker, I think. what Randy said happened in December, we considered the request to replace that with the cottages proposal, and we took a vote on it, and it failed. So this resolution, which is to just not to eliminate the grant recommendation for the campsites, I guess we kind of, at this full legislature, already voted to recommend funding the campsites. So if we sent this resolution O back to committee, that seems weird to me, but can someone, it seems strange for committee to undo a thing that the full legislature already decided on, but can someone explain to me how that works?
Didn't undo a thing that the legislature.
No, we haven't, but I'm saying if we sent this back, if we did what Rich is moving to do.
Well, but this resolution relates to an application that has been removed from consideration in part by the fact that Second Wind offered an amended application.
I don't think it has been removed from consideration.
The campsites?
Yeah.
They said it was an alternative. It's their second stab at it.
Because there's a moratorium in the town on campsites. So it's dead in the water.
It's like de facto dead in the water, but we in the county, Dan, can you help?
Barely. Yes, so right now the campsite application is alive, even though we all know it can't really go forward. If I can keep going, I'm a little confused what it would mean to send it back to committee, because the committee, its job is not to negotiate with Newfield and Second Wind. That's not a, I don't understand how we would do that.
Rich?
I think you can. If you had a proposal before you from Second Wind to say, we're going to do 6 cottages, no campsites, and the town approves, and we'll support that. That would get us to a position, at a lower cost, by the way, so it wouldn't be the full grant, but it would be, we'd still fund it to some degree. We would be honoring the original purpose of the grant we approved. Otherwise, we kind of have this either or where it's all or nothing, and I'm not comfortable with that. I think we can do better.
Greg?
Yeah, I'm just, the committee already voted to not accept a substitute resolution. So I think, and Rich, I hear the table conversation, but I think we're going to spend more conversation debating tabling it than if we actually could debate some of the merits of the substitute resolution a little bit, because ultimately it's going to come back here. I hear and I agree with what you're proposing, but I think we should maybe modify the resolution P, accepting a revised resolution, or referring a revised resolution, or accepting a revised resolution back to the committee for consideration and negotiation, because I think we have to put something in committee for them to debate, because right now we're just referring them an idea, right? So
I was saying send the motions or the resolutions back, so.
So totally send them back.
You're not sending them back. They didn't come from the committee.
True. Send them to. Right. Sorry, yeah. Send them to.
Send them to.
Send them to. I don't know. I'm
refer to committee.
Refer to committee. Thank you.
Deborah?
Yeah, I'm having a really, I agree with Rich that this whole issue would be much easier for us to reach a decision on if there was some meeting of the minds between the town of Newfield and Second Wind. And that would completely change. If Second Wind and the town of Newfield came up with a proposal that they both found agreeable, I wouldn't have any problem with this. But I firmly believe that Newfield, like any other municipality, has a right to make a decision about what it wants within its community. And I don't feel that we, as a county, should violate the comity we owe a constituent municipality by forcing something on them that they don't want. So, yeah, there's room for Second Wind and the town to negotiate. I also don't feel that it's the county's role to interfere in those negotiations. We might have a role in facilitating them, certainly, but ultimately, it's between the two parties. It's not up to us. So I don't really know.
I agree with you, by the way. I don't think the county has a role to play, but if there's an agreement to be had, we're not in a hurry. I'd love to see if there is one out there.
Well, we are, I think, ultimately in a hurry because the ARPA funds have to be committed and used by certain dates.
Yes. I think a
so
month
that's
doesn't.
the only time pressure that we're under.
I think a month doesn't hurt us.
So I have Travis, myself, and then Ann Corman.
So I'm slightly confused. And I just got confused a little more. Is David still here? Is the reason why they went to 12 cottages instead of, cabins, permanent housing, instead of the campsite? Part of it is the fact that Newfield said you can't do this anymore. But do they need Newfield's permission? I don't know what zoning is in Newfield, but do they need the town's permission to build permanent housing on their property? Because if they don't, what agreement do they need to come up with the town of Newfield?
You need construction permits.
Yeah, but is it allowed by right?
Yes.
Is their proposal allowed by right is the question.
They don't have any zoning.
Right, so they don't have any zoning. So what do they need from Newfield in order to do that?
It just has to pass seeker, but that's another process.
Or another moratorium.
Yeah, you could change the rules midstream.
Sure.
So we do need to go back to Rich's motion because we got way off. Sorry, I was ordering pizza. So back to Rich's motion of if we need to bring this back to, or bring it to committee. I heard Dave Shapiro loud and clear, and it sounds like what is recently being communicated is that they do not, it sounds like they don't want to pursue this. And I want to be respectful of that. I've wanted this project, like many of you did. I thought it was a great project whenever it was the smaller ones. I think it's still a great project. I understand the funding. There was some debate about that. I'm sad to see that it's not going to go forward, but I do want to be respectful and understand the board's, their words. They want to, they have some plans coming up. They have a community center they're going to try and build in the next few months. They want buy-in from the board to be able to do that. And right now, they're building the building in Dryden. They have a lot of balls in the air right now. And, I think what I want to be respectful is Dave Shapiro coming here tonight and saying that they would like to withdraw. I know that was not easy for him to do. I know it wasn't an easy decision for Second Wind, but I want to be respectful of that too. So, Ann Corman.
I would like us to, I'd like us to figure this out tonight because the time is ticking for the ARPA funds. This has been brought up before. It's been to committee. If we wanted to do something like, if say, for instance, my resolution passed, I'd be, or we were entertaining that about accepting their new application as their revised application as a substitute application, I would be open to saying, giving the board a week. That doesn't slow down our process at all to tell us whether they're going to have intentions of going forward. That would give us plenty of time. The next meeting, I think, for the Community Recovery Fund, if they're looking at reallocating those funds, I believe is April 3rd. So I don't think that's going to slow us down. They get a week.
I guess the other question I have, you have how many committee members, Dan?
7.
So you have 7 committee members. you know that probably a majority of them are not on board with this project. What's it going to look like if it comes back? My guess is it probably won't be voted. You know, if I had a crystal ball, it more than likely won't be coming forward out of committee, right? So we're going to be right back here, you know, in 2 weeks with member-filed resolutions.
I don't know if that's the case. I voted no in committee, and I would vote yes if I had the opportunity again.
Okay. Okay. So motion on the floor. See if this can go back to committee. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. I have Randy and Greg.
Thank you. Homelessness. First of all, what Second Winds has done is much better than anybody else has done, from my knowledge, in the county. And so when this money came available, the county said, God, we need something, right? So, and they saw the opportunity, they put their application in, and I don't blame them. But it just amazes me that we're here and nothing's been done about homelessness before this. So, and the city's been monkeying with this for decades. The county's been on the peripheral when I think it's more of a county responsibility than a city responsibility. And so these ARPA funds are available when I think our other funds should have been paying for this kind of stuff. And I would support county funds for a Second Wind style model, which I think is the best one we have. Someplace else in Newfield, not there. That's not. It's just a bad spot there in Newfield. It's not the right spot. So I just there was a public hearing, which 50-some people came. They all spoke against. Not one person spoke in favor of the campsites, which is why I have their resolution here. So that should move forward. If you want to take the other one back to committee, that may make sense. But let's move forward here. The campsite's not going to happen. Right. So the and so in that public hearing, which I attended, was already in the paper that they were submitting an alternative expansion of their program there, and people spoke against that. I've had 2 people speak in favor of expansion of Second Winds, and 70 people against, and that's what you're going to get in Newfield. That's just a fact. So I don't know why you want to push this thing forward. I think, and before you support anything like this, I mean, we should have services in place ready for these people to get the help they need. It's not there now. I mean, I know we've been there. And they've got good ideas to build these services in place, but they do not exist now. So why would you want to move forward on something like this? There's nothing strategic about this. It's basically, oh, let's shoot something against the wall and see what happens. The county should be focused on making a solution, including folks like Second Winds or other people, for this type of model. You know, you can go ahead, push this thing through, push it to Newfield, and a moratorium is going to come place, and they're going to fight it with all they got, and they're going to be right back here in another 6 months.
Thank you. Greg and then Rich.
Yeah, this is a painful conversation because I think we need to be reflective that people live there. These are people's homes. We're trying to create more homes for more people. And I think it's really unfortunate the way in which some of the residents of these homes are being sort of talked about and traded around like a commodity in conversation. And it's unfortunate because this is something, this is doing something. And I think anytime a municipality who's the bigger of the 2 entities takes such a targeted, malicious approach, because I'm assuming that there was not a moratorium conversation on the books or on the agenda about campsites till this conversation came up. And the fact that a representative of that district would make the assertion that another moratorium would come if this moved forward, that's painful for me to listen to, because that says that our local government, who is supposed to be there for the people, by the people, is taking a targeted approach to kick something out of their community, to make sure people don't have homes, like find a way. But the idea of changing the rules mid-game, I can't stand behind. So while I realize the campsite ship has sailed, which is fine, I would probably have preferred to see cottages in its place. And so I will support the cottages idea because we need homes, and this is doing something. And yes, it is happening right now in Newfield, and I hope that there are opportunities for land in other parts of our community for these types of programs to come forward. But right now, right here, this is our chance to do something, and we can push it off and we can say, we don't want these people here, or we don't want that program there. But there's someone who, there's an organization that's put together a program that, to some comments, is better than any other program we have right now addressing the issue, but we don't want more of that good thing. And that, to me, is so unfortunate, because those are people and those are homes. And if we sit here and we vote this down, then you know what, we should just take the unhoused conversation off the table, because we really are just failing to do anything at all.
Thank you, Greg. Rich?
Yeah, Randy, I'd be fine with your motion except for the last phrase, and the funds should be made available to other applications. So if we passed your resolution, the money goes away, there isn't anything for the committee to talk about. I think everybody agrees we could do a motion or a resolution that takes campsites out of the equation, because nobody's asking for campsites.
So we do have a motion right now on the floor to bring this back to community recovery.
I was answering his question.
Okay.
And yeah, if it turns out that the town of Newfield says, no, you know, we have had further discussions and we still just totally oppose this idea, then we know. And the committee can act on that basis, but they'd be fully informed at that point. I'd just be a lot more comfortable if we were more deliberate about it. And that was the purpose behind my motion. Thanks.
Okay, so the motion on the floor right now is to move this. Dan Klein?
I don't quite know how to say what I want to say. It is a confusing motion. I think a lot of us agree with that. It's not clear exactly what it means. And I think if it passes, is there also an implication that on the next resolution we would do the same thing, send that back to committee? Rich, was that your intention?
I was going to send them both away, so we wouldn't spend this long talking about them. But here we are.
Sorry. I will vote to send it back to committee, and if it fails, we'll see what happens next, I guess.
Okay. Okay, let's vote on the motion to send it back to committee for more discussion.
Point of order.
Sure.
So back to committee or back to?
Community Recovery Fund Committee.
Not back, though, just to.
Refer to committee.
Yeah, refer to committee.
Can I ask a point of order?
Sure.
Can you, while one of these is on the floor, while the first one's on the floor, O, can you make a resolution? Is that in Robert's rule, you can take that resolution plus a different resolution? No, so it would
We've got to vote on this one.
At a time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Randy, do you have your hand up?
So my resolution was to remove the award to campsites. Why does it need to go back to committee? Because I think we have.
Yeah, there is no.
If you want to take the other one back to committee, that's one thing, but they're two separate issues.
Because of the last phrase, it would take all the money away. So then there wouldn't be an opportunity to consider the second.
Yes, it would, because you could consider that as one of the next options, right? It doesn't have to, I mean, or you're saying leave the money earmarked for that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, if you took that phrase out, I'd vote for your resolution.
Okay, I'll take that up.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor right now. We have to vote on the motion. Amanda? Call the question on the amendment. Okay. Can I have a second for the call to question?
On the amendment.
On the amendment. Seconded by Veronica. All those in favor? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Travis, you have your hand up? 7, 8. Okay, that passes.
So point of order, what we're sending back is a resolution without the last phrase that concerned Rich, which.
No, it's sending the whole Randy's resolution to the Community Recovery Fund
Right,
Committee.
which is unnecessary.
But that's the motion.
I'm going to make the same motion in a moment for the.
And the discussion will continue, and something will come out of Community Recovery Fund that will come to this legislature.
Okay, so now we have to vote on the amendment.
Now we will vote on the amendment. Thank you, Amanda. Okay. No, that was called a question.
This is on the amendment, not the main.
This is the amendment to bring it back to, or to send it to Community Recovery Fund Committee.
So what do we, I'm lost.
Randy's resolution, Resolution O, to the Community Recovery Fund Committee for discussion. That's it. That's absolutely it. And
So the camp, my resolution, send it back.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'll be 6. Okay? That fails. So we are back.
Can I get those?
Robert's
Yes, if we could raise your hand, the 6 of us that raised our hand to send it back, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I'm 6.
You're 6, okay.
Yeah. Okay, the Randy's resolution is on the floor again.
Point of order, is Randy's resolution on the floor with that last phrase, or did he?
The amendment's not been made.
With the last phase right now, because no one has amended it.
Yes, that's friendly.
Mike Sigler and then Dan Klein.
I want to say just two things. One is a little bit of response to Greg. Listen, we are able to make decisions for the whole county, and I appreciate that, but towns know their towns, and I don't think the people of Newfield are against housing for the homeless. They may just feel that's not the place for it, or we don't like being big-footed around. I don't know what the case may be. Hey, listen, the state's coming down with a lot of rules that's going to do zoning for the county, and we're not going to have a lot of say, so I understand their position, and I don't think they are against some of these things. So what I will say is I feel in this discussion, we're putting everything, like all our eggs kind of, into this basket. We're saying, well, we need to get this through the Community Recovery Fund. And I don't see it that way. Listen, we have a homeless problem. That's going to cost the county money. I'm not saying that it has to come out of the Community Recovery Fund. I think you have to prepare voters to say we have a homeless problem. That's going to cost, and I've said this before, and this is nothing new that Mike Sigler is saying, it's going to cost a significant amount of money to take care of a lot of these people. And there will be some people that say, well, why do we have to take care of them? I don't hear that a lot. Other people always say, oh, that's what people say. I don't really hear that a lot. I think a lot of people recognize that there are people in the world that can't take care of themselves. There are people stuck out there that are mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters. I think most people get that. They also understand that it's going to be expensive. So I feel like in this discussion, we're kind of talking about it like, well, we've got to get it done in this Community Recovery Fund. And I'm like, no, not really. I mean, it's $500,000. And we're spending an awful lot of time to try to shove it into that slot. Whereas I'm telling you right now, if we get a better proposal we can house people, yeah, I'm down with it. I mean, bring it. I'd like to hear it, right? So I'm not going to agree to some of the things. But then again, I also appreciate that there's a problem. So that's all I really want to say about it. I don't feel like we keep kind of trying to jam this in, and it's like, I don't know if you need to do that. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you. I have Dan Klein and then Travis Brooks.
I'll pass, thank you.
Travis Brooks.
Mike, I want to be clear. What I heard was there were 18 of these in Newfield, and we don't want the other 12. They can go to a different part of the county. I heard something to that effect. I'm getting older now. My memory is failing me, but that's what I heard. And
I said there was someplace else in Newfield.
You didn't say it. So that's what I heard. So there is an issue with putting folks in Newfield, because that's what was said the problem is, Mike. And I remember being 5 years old, and my family bought their first house on a cul-de-sac, and everybody but two people, two families in the neighborhood put for sale signs up. And they petitioned the town for us not to be able to purchase the house because we were black. Redlining was huge in 1977 in the town of Endwell. And I remember that. And anytime I hear we don't want them, I think of that moment. Anytime I hear we don't want them in our backyard, they could go somewhere else, or we don't want these people, those people, I think of that moment when, because we were black, we weren't good enough to live in that community. There was something wrong with us. We shouldn't be there. So that's what I heard, and that's what made me change my mind, to be honest with you. This idea we don't want them is an issue to me. We do have a homeless problem. We have a lot of problems in this community. But when we start pointing people out as a group saying we don't want them, we don't need them, they're not good enough, they're a problem, that's when I draw the line and I have an issue. So we're not trying to jam this through. Some folks worked hard. They put together a proposal. It got voted on. It passed for a seeker. Somebody changed the rules. They said, okay, you changed the rules. We want to do permanent cottages. And like Greg said, we're changing the rules again to keep them from being there because we have enough of them. That's disturbing. That's an issue. That's a problem.
Hear, hear.
Ann Corman.
Thanks to what my colleagues have said on whatever way you take this application, however you feel about it, whatever you think about it. I appreciate a good discussion, and I respect all my colleagues for speaking out. In Trumansburg a couple of years ago, which is in my district, there's an affordable housing complex with 40, well, it got narrowed down. The whole project got smaller because, unfortunately, INHS spent so much money for so many years jumping through all these hoops and trying to address all the different things that the community wanted, which for some of those things it was good. It made the project better. But for a lot of those things, it just slowed the project down. It cost them a lot of money. So the project's smaller and they can't have as many amenities. But what the project is going to be is 40 affordable apartments right near the center of Trumansburg, 16 affordable townhomes. And if you had wanted to look in the newspapers from that period, you would have thought everybody was against it. But I will tell you that it was the people, when they come out, they against something, they make it so scary, the things that they say, I'll just say that, and they intimidate their neighbors, and you would have thought that only those people who were coming to speak out against it represented a majority of the people, and they did not, and I know that from walking door to door on several different campaigns, and they did, but people were afraid to come out, and this project's going to be breaking ground this spring, and I'm really glad it's going to help our district. But going back to this application, we're talking about people, and I have a brother who's, I think, 61, 62. He's needed more than 2 chances. So this is second wind cottages. I think about the application is to give the application a second chance, give these people a second chance. My brother has needed, I don't know how many, dozens and dozens of chances, but he gets back on track. And when he's there, people are always there to help him. And I've met the people there, the men there, and they have, I call them tiny homes. They have washer dryers, kitchens, and the men who let us tour their apartments, they were so proud, they held their heads high, that even though they were teeny, that was their place, and it was helping them get, on the right foot. So please think about that and give the application a second chance.
Okay, so it's 8:40 right now, and we have Randy's resolution on the floor. I have Deborah and Rich. I will remind everyone that we still have reports. We will need to discuss if we want to have our presentation tonight. Looks like everyone's pretty sunk. Maybe we talk about putting that over for 2 weeks. But let's just keep our time. Mike?
I'd like to call the question.
Okay. Second? Is there a second? Travis Brooks? All those in favor?
Point of order.
Oh.
Is the resolution on the floor, does it include that last phrase, or did that get?
It has not been amended.
We take it out.
We took it out. Okay.
Wait,
It has to be formally amended. Move to take it out. I'll second it. All in favor?
But we haven't taken out the phrase.
We have not taken out the phrase.
Mike, could you withdraw your motion so we could take that last phrase out?
Is that the intention? Randy, is that your intention?
Say it again.
Yeah, he wanted.
That's going to be friendly.
I said it was friendly to take that out. Yep.
If that's going to happen, I will withdraw.
Thank you. Okay.
I'd move to take out the last phrase, if that's friendly.
I second that, yeah.
Okay, that was friendly. Friendly to the seconder?
Can you read exactly what you mean?
What you're taking out?
After, as it is not viable at this time, period. And so what's removed is, and the funds should be made available to other applications. We're just not saying that.
After the comma, right.
I'm sorry, one more time, can you zero us in on where
So
we're
it
at?
now reads.
Packet page 53?
Yes, line 39 will read 510,098, as it is not a viable project at this time, period.
And that's friendly to the mover. Who's the seconder? Deborah, was that friendly?
Yeah.
Okay. Dan?
Could you speak to what this means to you? What would happen now if it passed or didn't pass?
I believe as the resolution is written, would get rid of the idea of campsites, but it would leave open what comes next so that the next resolution P could be referred to committee. That's where I'm.
That's the way I understand it.
Yeah.
Mike Lane?
Call the question again now.
Okay, can I have a second for Mike Lane? Seconded by Rich John. Discussion? All those in favor for call to question, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That fails. Ian Corman?
Unless I'm missing an understanding, taking out just that line does not leave open the possibility of passing the next resolution, because if you've taken away that application, then you can't substitute the application for something else unless I'm misreading it.
Yeah, that was the intent, was that the money would still sit there and it would be available to the revised application. But if you have other changes to the language to get there, make them.
Two totally separate applications. They're completely different.
Greg?
Yeah, I think that's where the confusion comes, because I think Randy just really clarified the positioning of this resolution. There are two completely separate applications. So it would not be a substitution to an application. It would be a completely new application. In my mind, I would see that to 510,000 would also be available then to other new applications to be considered by the committee. So that's why I won't support this. If somebody wanted to amend further language, I would amend striking the resolve clause, but that would not leave a resolution. So I'm not going to vote in favor of this. I think we still need to send the message that we support the mission of Second Wind, and we need to give them another chance. And if we vote for this, we don't allow for substitution. We allow for a new application, and it could be any new application that then the committee, and I'm not comfortable with that because the committee already, the legislature already made the decision to support this project, and then the town decided to change their the rules in which Second Wind needed to play by. And to my understanding, the proposal, the new proposal, or the substitution proposal would be a by right project. Is that clear?
What does by right mean?
It would mean that we would consider it by right as the substitute for something we already
by right
approved.
with the land use, that they wouldn't need approval to propose that project.
They'd still need
I think
seeker.
they would still need.
Still need a seeker, but that's.
Yeah, but seeker is an environmental impact
Do they
statement.
not need building permits?
No, of course you need a building permit to build
Well,
something, Deborah.
Should we call up the town supervisor? Would that be helpful?
Any project.
Okay.
But it doesn't have to go to a zoning board or a planning board for review?
There's a planning board.
Yeah, I think it's still,
they
my
have a
understanding is it doesn't matter if it's the campsite or the other, both of them have to go for a seeker.
But for zoning, it's zoned by right.
I don't
There's
know
no
about that.
zoning.
Oh, exactly. Okay.
But you have a planning board.
But you have a septic.
Site
you
plan
have to
review
I mean,
process as well.
Yeah,
I would assume you have to show all of it.
nothing's by right.
Well, they're not acting, well, there are things that are by right. You're not asking for variances, but you're seeking approval on
Right.
the project.
Okay, Amanda and then Randy.
Well, I just want to try to clarify. So I think Rich's amendment to take that last clause out, I don't really think that changes anything for the.
I think you might be right, looking at the prior language. I think we want to say, but we would allow submission of an alternate proposal, but no campsite.
Right, so whatever happens with that doesn't change my opinion of the whole thing. I think what this is saying is that you're saying we don't want these campsites, but really what you're ultimately saying is we don't want this project. And my understanding of this, if we pass this resolution, then the next resolution, like, this sort of negates the whole application that we've already done for the Community Recovery Fund. And I feel like then the next resolution, it's not a revised application. It would need to be a whole new project that we're considering. So that's a bigger deal. I don't think we need to take the whole project off the docket. That's not where I stand. So I won't be supporting whatever little amendments there are, but I also won't be supporting this because I feel like it's still something that's a viable project that we need to discuss.
Okay. Are we ready to vote on the resolution? Are we voting on the amendment? Voting
Oh, no,
on-
it was friendly.
No,
That was-
the amendment's
that was
friendly.
I guess I'd offer a further amendment. Sorry.
Okay.
After the end of that sentence on line 39, comma, but shall allow review of a revised application by Second Wind. But shall allow review of a revised application by Second Wind.
That's not friendly.
Well, there you go.
Dan?
Yeah, thank you. This is confusing to all of us. Thank you for helping me understand something here. Amendment or not, I am voting for no on this, and there's a whole bunch of reasons why. And I'll just point one out. I was going to do this before. It's what I passed about. But line 27, we are not relocating homeless people from the city to, I find that language difficult as well. Greg really worded it better than I can right now. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff in there too that I do not support. So amendment or not, I'm voting no on this thing.
Maybe that's easier. Okay.
Okay. Let's vote. All those in favor of, let me just make sure I have the correct wording instead of calling it Randy's resolution. Resolution to eliminate a Community Recovery Fund grant recommendation for funding consideration to be awarded to Second Wind Cottages by the Tompkins County Legislature in December 2022, ID 11566. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have it, right? Okay. All those against, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I'm 9. Okay, that fails.
Floor still open? Okay. Can I have the floor?
Well, there's another resolution on this to be considered.
The chair has the floor.
Okay,
I'm allowed that.
let's see here. We do have one more resolution, and that is, I'm sorry, I'm very discombobulated right now. That is a member-filed resolution. Ann or Veronica, did either of you want to bring that forward?
Sure, I can. This is Resolution P on packet page 54, resolution accepting a revised application for second wind for Tompkins County Recovery Fund. A lot has already been said about this, but I'll speak a little bit after we get it first and second. So I'll move that.
Seconded by.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think of some things that haven't been said yet. I guess I would just boil it down to the application originally was about helping people who are homeless. And one of the things in talking with the people at Second Wind was actually the cottages, and I don't know if we talked about it tonight, but at other times I think we have cottages, or the cottages are actually better, and they're proven to, the models are proven, and it's been proven locally to help assist with homelessness, to get people off the streets. Campsites are not, so this is a better proposal. And again, this is just adding 12 more cottages, so I just hope my colleagues want to give the revised application a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Randy Brown, Deb Dawson.
This is a question for Dan. So the original application is still alive, right?
Sort of,
But technically, it's still alive. So are we accepting any new applications? We're not, correct?
Correct.
So how can you accept an application when there's no money to allocate and you've already, you can't, are we accepting all new applications?
I think this is a substitute.
They're substituting it.
So now you're saying that one will go away and this one will live? So why didn't you have it go away earlier?
Because of how you made it go away.
Okay, I have Deb Dawson, Amanda Champion, Mike Sigler, Ann Corman. Time check, it's almost 9 o'clock.
Okay. A couple of things. I mean, I still have the problem with comedy. And I take exception to the efforts of some of my colleagues to demonize people for exercising control over their own community and neighborhood. I will tell you, from my experience in Lansing, living not half a mile from the Econo Lodge, that ever since we started using Econo Lodge for Code Blue, we have had crime, we have had trash and garbage and encampments. We have had law enforcement problems. Now, I view this as something completely different from redlining and objecting to somebody buying a house because of the color of their skin. This is not a question of people being leery or oppositional about sharing their neighborhood because of the color of a person's skin or their ethnicity. It's because of the problems that come with a particular population. And if that makes me an unwoke old white person, so be it. But I will not demonize the people of Newfield because they are people who own homes too, Greg. The other piece of this that I don't understand is why we're still pushing this when we have an indication from the applicant that the application is withdrawn. I would like some clarification from Mr. Shapiro on behalf of Second Wind. Is there an application or is there not an application? Because if there is not an application, we are wasting our time.
I think that's a good question, Dave Shapiro. Glad you're weathering the storm with us.
Yeah, it's interesting watching democracy at play in live action. I was asked to come here and deliver a message that we don't want to be in a posture where we're defending ourselves and the work we do with our guys, where we're further stigmatizing the guys that live with us. And we don't want to have animosity with the town. And as a result, the board asked me to come here and withdraw our application. What I'm hearing tonight would make me want to go back and talk to them. I can't tell you what they're going to say because they told me to come today to withdraw the application, and that's what I came here to do today.
Okay. I have Amanda Champion, Mike Sigler, Ann Corman, and Greg Mezzi.
Yeah, I think what we're doing is what we want to do. David came here, he told us what he wanted, but our colleagues have said, well, this is what we want to do. So, and that was going to be my question too. I think what we're deciding is if we want to allocate the money for a revised application based on something that they had submitted before and go forward and provide them with that money. If we pass this and we want to provide them with that money, then you can go talk to your board and talk to your folks, and they'll decide if they feel like they can do this or not. And if they decide this isn't right, we want to work out a different plan, we want something else, they can come back to us and say, thank you very much. You can, send that money off to other applications. And my understanding at that point would be that the Community Recovery Fund and that group would then have a chance to look at that money again and look at other applications. I want to be very clear that if that is what happens and there's $510,000, it's not going to automatically go to Enfield and Newfield. Mm-hmm. It's going to go to the best applications.
Nobody ever said that.
One of our speakers today did. So I'm just being very clear. And I also want to just be very clear one more time that there's a lot of communities and a lot of municipalities that did not get direct funds from this money. And I think that at one of our meetings, Dan listed all of the things that did get funds that will benefit everyone in the county. So nobody was singled out as, your community's not going to get something. So that's off the topic. But I think we need to just go ahead and vote. And if we pass this, Second Wind has the money to go forward. They have to still do all the things that they need to do to get approvals and whatever. If we don't pass this, then we're back to the campsites and the same thing. They can decide, okay, this isn't a viable option anymore, so be it. So
Thank you.
I hope we can move on quickly and the pizza comes.
I hope the pizza comes too. Mike Sigler, Ann Corman, Greg Mezzi.
Won't move on. No, just kidding. Listen, again, we're talking about this as if this is the only money in the world. Homelessness was a problem before COVID. It will be a problem forever. We're acting like we're going to solve this.
I'm sorry.
This will always be a problem that we'll have to face.
Pizza bell.
Something does bother me, though, that I'm hoping you'll agree to this. I would like to ask Mr. Allinger if he'd like to say a few things, because he was basically called out and does not get the opportunity to respond. And frankly, we asked David, we gave the floor to other members of the public. Not that David has anything to respond to, but I feel, it just seems weird to me, and I don't like it. So if I would ask the indulgence of my fellow legislators if we can just give Mr. Allinger like 3 minutes. He heard an awful lot of commentary.
They got to speak at committee, and they did not, so they got
Would we be allowed to ask Mr. Ellinger questions if he came forward?
Right, if we had a question, not.
Never have known him to not be a
That was a
talker.
question for the chair.
So I guess the question is why couldn't we do this in committee? Like, this seems like, if we're going to send this back to committee anyway, this seems like committee work.
No, we're not.
I think Rich is just dying to see.
Yeah, I'm ready, winding up. Let's send it back.
Call the vote?
Sorry.
I would say because the players are here now and the things that were said.
You know what,
just
Mike,
said.
you could have 3 minutes.
That would be, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep. If you want them.
You can also have a slice of pizza.
I don't know what else I can say, except, Mr. Brooks, I apologize if I've misrepresented myself or our community. That was not my intention here. I was simply trying to express that this is a complicated situation. I believe David and I are on the same page. I'm amazed that the legislature is pushing forward with this when this is something that David has stated that they don't want to have happening to them. Newfield certainly doesn't want the animosity of the legislature or ill will towards Second Wind. As I stated, they are a part of our community. They've been a part of our community for 13 years. And I expect they'll continue to be a part of our community, and hopefully a more integrated part of the community, and one that the people who live in our community will come to understand and have time to make their own decisions about how to move forward with this. I don't know how I can put it any other way.
Are there any questions for Mike? Okay. Oh, Greg?
Yeah, again, I appreciate it, and please don't take my passion for the issue solely directed. I do think that there is a little bit of an issue with changing the rules mid-game. I'd be curious, one, was the campsite moratorium on the table before this, or thought to be on the table before this proposal came forward? And what would be your solution to see a prosperous Second Wind that was allowed to expand their program? What do you see that solution being?
All right, 2 questions. The first I'll address, yes, there are some interested parties in developing campgrounds in Newfield. So this was something that was on our table to begin with. There are also interested properties interested in developing neighborhoods of tiny houses. So this is something else we're going to have to look at. This is a development and a land use that we haven't addressed yet. It's going to need to be addressed. So yes, this was on our radar. The second question, most of the people I've talked to, for lack of a better way to put it, when the lights go off at the Second Wind at 5 o'clock, in other words, when people leave for the day, the men are left to their own devices. And they are traveling just south of there to a convenience store. They're left to their own devices. They fall out of their agreement with Second Wind. Trash is deposited on neighbors' lawns. I mean, I could go into greater detail, but I don't think you need to know all the details, okay? But these are the concerns, that there is not enough oversight 24/7 to ensure the safety of the men there. Our emergency responders are feeling the pressure of having to go out in the middle of the night and deal with some of these mishaps that can happen in the middle of the night. And they are tapped out. They don't have the resources to continue to respond to these things.
I'd just like to follow up on what the actual solution in your mind would be. Is it greater oversight, or what?
I believe greater oversight is a start. I believe a community center is another step that needs to be made. I believe working closer together with the community and giving these men a chance to really reach their full potential and not be left to fall back on old habits.
I guess my only point to that would be how do we do that to the rest of the community? Because I'm sure that those people aren't the only people that may have a substance issue, or I'm sure there's other people within your community that may be left to their own devices, also make poor decisions, to use your words.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it seems like there's a lot more, but for some reason we've particularly chosen to target these men and these individuals when it seems like there's a much greater issue, but there doesn't seem to be a desire or action to have that conversation. And that's my concern, that I do feel that these men in this project were targeted, and unfairly so. So I appreciate you responding. I appreciate you letting me have the dialogue. I know there's others that want to ask questions.
Okay.
Okay, so it is 9:06, and I have Ann and Rich.
I'll pass.
Okay. Rich?
I'd move to refer to committee.
Okay. Seconded by Mike Lane. Amanda Champion?
Didn't the committee already reject this? So,
No, on the other motion, or the other resolution.
no, the committee already rejected the revised application.
Right, that's why it's here.
So I'm not sure the committee would have a change of heart, but maybe.
Didn't we talk about that already?
You got a motion. I mean, how long are we going to go on tonight, folks? You've got 3/4 of the agenda that we haven't even gotten to.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, we have a motion to return this back to committee. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I'm 10. Okay. Did you get that? Okay. So we have the resolution on the floor.
So let's vote.
Okay.
I guess I did have one more thing to say. I'm going to vote against. I wanted to see some negotiation to see if there was common ground, but I feel really uncomfortable voting in favor of this if there is such community opposition to it. We're supposed to be doing something really positive with our grant money, and it seems like this has just been totally bollocksed up, and I feel really bad about it, but that's where I'm at.
Okay. Lee Shirliff?
So I can get it straight. The current application stands and is funded. It has not been withdrawn yet, although we believe it may or may not be. The committee has rejected this resolution, so this resolution is being brought to the board to basically overrule the committee and substitute a project that has not been submitted.
They did submit an application.
Okay, an application was submitted, but rejected by committee. The first one still stands.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
This would substitute for the one that still stands.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. All those in favor of?
Let's do
a roll call.
Sure.
We're voting to move this back to committee.
No, this is.
We're voting to substitute it now
okay,
on the floor.
Substitute the application.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
No.
Rich John.
No.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
No.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
I have 8 ayes and 6 noes.
That passes.
Motion passes.
Okay.
So that means that now this resolution to this new application is in front line now? What does this mean?
That's what that means.
Means now they have to do a seeker on the new application.
Didn't eliminate the first one.
No, this is substituted for the first one. That was what we just apparently approved.
So the other one is gone.
Correct.
Campsite one's gone. Okay, took a long time to get there.
Okay, let's have legislator privilege of the floor. We can make this short. We'll speed along. You know what, before we do that, I want to give Lisa the heads up on what we want to do as far as, do we want to wait for 2 weeks for us to have the discussion and the presentation? Yes. Mike?
Yeah, I was going to say, why don't we not do the legislature privilege of the floor tonight? We've got, look at the folks up on the board who are waiting for us, other employees and department heads. We need to move.
Sounds good. Is everyone all right with that?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as giving Lisa, is everyone all right with hearing the presentation in 2 weeks in regards to our Center for Government? We'll do it early in our meeting so that we're fresh and ready to go. Thank you to the staff. Sorry to make you wait for 4 hours while we try to get through all this stuff. Okay, so I do have some chairs appointments, though. I'm not going to do a chairs report, but I do have I would like to announce the jail task force. Travis Brooks will be the chair, Rich John, Mike Lane, Greg Mezzi, Veronica Pillar, community members, Tony Seidel and Paula Ioniti. And I do also have some chairs appointments for the Tompkins County Youth Services Board. Susie Guttenberger Fitzpatrick, Town of Ithaca Representative, term expires December 31st, 2025. And Lisa Monroe, Town of Enfield Representative, term expires December 31st, 2025. And let's see here. Next on the agenda, we will move right over to report by County Administrator.
I have no report tonight, thank you.
Thank you. County Attorney Bill Troy.
I have nothing to report, and I am not reporting. I just want to bring you up on one thing.
Can you use your microphone?
I'm sorry. What we've done before once, we have a county employee who has been found generally qualified for some relief under the Tompkins County Septic System Replacement Program. I've been asked to look at this woman. She works in a bureau in the county. I find no conflict of interest at all. And I'd ask you to recognize that I made that finding and that we can go forward with this. And that's it.
Any questions or comments for Bill?
Do we need to vote? Or no? We just need, okay.
Information.
Thanks, Bill.
Next, Director of Finance. Drew.
Good evening. I'll keep it very short. The memo I sent out earlier, I think, will be discussed more as the Budget Capital Personnel Committee moves forward, so that'll be good. And I'm here for any questions on the in-rem foreclosure when that comes up.
Any questions or comments for Drew? Rich?
Not tonight, but we had a really good discussion at Budget, Capital, and Personnel about our credit rating and how Moody's does that. And I think that would be a worthwhile item, Drew, if you were able to talk to the whole legislature about it, not tonight, but.
Well, geez, I just prepared, an hour-long conversation on that, but no, I can do that. Thank you, Rich.
Drew, that we've already passed the resolution on the in-rem foreclosure, so I thought we
Good.
did. Oh, it got pulled?
I thought it got pulled, yeah.
Like half the consent agenda got pulled.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Drew? Okay, thank you, Drew. Let's see here. Are there any resolutions to be added or withdrawn from the agenda? Nope, we did that already. Okay, let's move on to our Community Recovery Fund. Let's go, Dan Klein.
Okay. So here's what I got. The next meeting is Monday, April 3rd at 10:30. If we hear from Second Wind that they are continuing to withdraw their application, then the topic for that day will be reallocation of that money. We're going to have to decide on a process. So that's what would happen if they say we don't want to be considered anymore. If they don't say that, if they say thank you for that amazing discussion and we want to stay in the running, then we probably don't have a meeting because they still have to do their seeker. So there won't be anything to discuss yet. I hope that made sense. I will certainly notify everybody whether we have a meeting or not in advance.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions or comments for Dan? I would also like to let legislators and staff know we do have pizza in the back if people are hungry.
And cookies.
And cookies. Next committee is Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee. Deborah Dawson, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We did have a good discussion about our Moody's credit rating generally. You all received a copy of the report that Moody's sent today from Drew. I would draw your attention to factors that could lead to a downgrade: decline in reserves, contraction of the local economy, material increase in leverage and fixed costs. There's not much that we can do to control contraction of the local economy. It's pretty much out of our hands. The things we can control is maintaining our fund balance and avoiding a lot of additional borrowing. And so in the face of things that we can't control, we need to be especially careful about the things that we can. The other thing that we discussed was the change in the budget process, which I sent you all an email about, just to ask that during your April program committee meetings, you consider what program initiatives you might want to expand or add, and also the things that you think maybe could be shrunk a little to save us some money, and be prepared to discuss and present those things at our budget retreat, which is what, April 25th, Lisa? 25th. Okay, April 25th, and it is at the beautiful new Alcohol and Drug Council facility on Trip Hammer. They have a really nice big meeting room, and they're allowing us to meet there for free. So now, let's see, I guess I'll move Resolution L, appropriation from contingent fund, additional funding for Community Recovery Grant Program Administration. And yes, Amanda seconds, and if anybody has any questions about that, please address them to Dan Klein.
Questions or comments? Okay. Mike Lane.
The only comment is that this, I think, is the second or third time we've had to do this, and I realize some of this extra money, Dan, you explained was included in this from before. But I just hope that if we have any more of these in the future, we take a look at whether the funding for that ought to come out of the pot of the that we've set aside.
Thank you, Mike. Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I will move resolution, I can't read because which? Oh, A, thank you. Resolution opposing the enactment of executive Budget Article 7 legislation Part M, and urging Governor Hochul and the state legislature to develop a more targeted and refined approach to modifying the in-rem tax foreclosure process. ID 11533, and I move that.
Seconded by Rich John.
And I guess I will ask Mr. Mezzi why he pulled it.
Yeah, I pulled it. While I do I do agree with pretty much every aspect of the resolution. The one amendment I would like to propose is line 44. If we could strike line 44, applying the requirement only to owner-occupied properties, and if that gets a second, I'd be happy to explain why.
I'll second.
You're amending it? Is it friendly?
I can't say it is because I don't know the rationale for the proposal.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I just was waiting for. I think that making that statement, there are several instances, maybe through inheritance or my understanding, property or land that maybe is not occupied, commercial property. I'm all in favor of the county not receiving a benefit outside of what is owed to the county. I don't think we should balance our books based on one property winning and another property maybe selling below what's owed. So I fully support the idea of the proceeds above what is owed in terms of taxes and fees, and I do think there needs to be clarification in terms of what fees are the county is able to apply and things like that. But I think that we should be giving back those property owners that gained equity and not benefiting from that at the county level. So I agree that there's more fine tuning that needs to be done. I would love to be a leading county on this and see if there's a way where we could get ahead of this and define it for ourselves till it's defined further. But I think that only owner-occupied properties is limiting, and it doesn't apply for other types of properties. Like, how would this apply to a farmland parcel, or how would this apply to a commercial building or an inherited property or something like that? So that's why I think owner-occupied I take issue with.
Well, I think, if I may, Madam Chair, I think the reason that the governor proposed this was, of course, to get ahead of the Taylor v. Hennepin County litigation in the Supreme Court. And I think that the whole point of that is to protect people from losing their homes without any kind of compensation for their equity. So I think that was the point of the inclusion of that limitation, certainly in the model resolution that was passed at NISAC.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I feel strongly about this issue one way or another. Perhaps if Drew's still awake and listening after all this, he could educate us further.
I agree with you, Deborah. That's exactly what I've heard too, that the intent was to protect homeowners. And unfortunately, Greg, that means that everybody else falls by the wayside on this. I think what we're trying to do is exactly what you're saying as well, is push back on the governor's budget proposal, and let's have a good discussion about this and figure out the best way to do this.
So I guess my inclination would be to keep us consistent with NISAC at this stage of the process, because obviously there will be a lot of negotiation going forward. And I would inform everyone that so far the one House bills have not included the provision that was in the governor's budget, so that's promising.
I guess I would just, to respond, I wouldn't support this because I don't think home ownership is the only way to build equity in something, and I don't think we should strip people's equity, because property ownership is a way to build equity, and it doesn't mean you have to occupy it necessarily to build equity in that. So why strip that equity? So if this is left in there, I can't support it.
Okay, so we need to talk to if that's friendly or not. You're saying no, that's not friendly.
I don't think it's friendly, no.
Okay.
Second it.
So you're going to do an amendment, Greg?
Yes,
Is that the route you'd like to go? You'll second it? Okay. Yeah.
So, yes, I concur in, I hear what my colleague's saying about, trying to keep it in, with the model that was sent from NISAC, and I've often made that argument before. I think there's cases where if we feel strongly enough, we can make a statement, and to me, that what my colleague Greg said was very pertinent, that say, I'm just thinking about, when my mother passed away, I didn't occupy her house, and what if I couldn't make the payments, or something, if that went into foreclosure, and I see a lot of vacant properties around my district, and we're trying to figure out, how to get these properties either taken care of, and you often have somebody that's out of state or somebody blah, blah, blah. So I can't see that it's only for a certain population owner occupied. I would think it would be anybody that happens to own that property.
Lee Shurtleff?
In the same boat. I don't want to prolong this as well, but I think you're going to find that one of the occupancies that is subject to tax foreclosures are small businesses. And that's why I am in agreement with Greg on this.
Any other comments on the amendment? Mike Sigler?
It's more of a question, probably for Bill. Is there anything stopping us from doing this locally?
Not been done that I know of before. I mean, that's, we've never taken that up in the state.
Doing what locally?
Just giving exemptions
What
here?
the state wants to do, is there any reason we can't do this as a county?
But how would you do it? If it's a state tax that's being applied, saying you didn't pay state
When we
tax.
foreclose on a property, right,
Yeah.
and then we sell it,
But
we
what are
keep
you
it.
asking?
I'm
Whether we
saying,
could
can
give
we
it
not
back?
make a business or
Could
an
maybe
owner-
the committee pick that up? Because I don't know if Bill's maybe prepared to answer that without further looking into the question.
I'd like to look into it, but
That's the question.
this whole thing could be trumped by what the Supreme Court does.
I understand.
And that's going to come very soon.
Yeah, I don't think, if I may, I don't think we're going to have a choice going forward, because once the Supreme Court decides, then we're going to have to give that money, the surplus funds back, because it would be unconstitutional for us to keep them. I think that's why the governor's trying to get ahead of this. The issues that we're concerned about are procedural, and the governor's proposal just puts it out there and doesn't really explain any of it. So, yeah, we can do all sorts of things locally.
My goal was really just to have you go, so
Just
now that that's been done.
Yeah, I can go by myself.
Please.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not wedded to this one way or another.
You can find it friendly.
Well, I mean, I just kind of feel like NISAC, this came out of my NISAC standing committee. This is what they wanted me to do. That's what I'm doing.
So just a reminder, it's 9:30, and this is a resolution that is encouraging the state.
That was a mistake.
Yeah, we're pizza powered.
That is the best pizza I've ever had in my life. But this is just one of those feel-good resolutions that we're sending to the state, 9:30. We do have an amendment on the floor. Are we ready to?
Can I say it's friendly? We'll just get it over with.
I think that's fair. Rich, is that friendly to you?
Okay.
Not to put it on the spot.
Rich wants to send it back to committee.
It's not friendly to me.
Oh,
okay.
All right, let's take it to a vote.
Amendment on the floor. Let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor?
Please state the amendment.
We're eliminating it's proposed to eliminate that it's
Just that
only owner occupied.
The last sentence on the page.
Yeah.
No, strike line 44.
Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I'll be 10. The amendment is N, or has been taken out. Line 44. Any other questions or comments on the resolution? Okay, let's vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you all. Anything else for you, Deb?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Any questions for Deb Dawson? Next, Public Safety Committee, Rich John.
Workforce diversity and inclusion?
Oh my God, get out of it. Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Veronica Pillar, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. John. Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee has not met since our last meeting. As a reminder, we are meeting only every other month, so our next meeting is Wednesday, April 26th at 3:30 p.m. My one note is some of our members are participating in second round interviews for our hopeful new Chief Equity and Diversity Officer this week. Like the interviews are this week, and hopefully we'll have someone soon. Very excited.
Any questions for Veronica Pillar? Comments? Okay, thank you, Veronica. Next is Public Safety, Rich John, Chair.
Thank you, Shauna. The Public Safety Committee met on Thursday, March 16th. We had a good meeting. One of the discussion items was a new grant program New York State is running and was highly encouraging the probation department to apply to. It's called the GIVE, which is Gun-Involved Violence Elimination Grant. And it looked like there was some significant money there that may be available to us. And we are supposed to hear about that grant very soon. We had a good discussion on that issue. Jail population, 56 with 6 board outs. And again, we are running a higher number in our jail. We talked about that a little bit at the committee meeting. We will be meeting again April 20th here in Chambers at 3 o'clock. And there was one item I noted at the committee meeting, and I apologize for taking a moment of time, but it was just so great I want to share it again. This was in the report from the Department of Emergency Response. On February 28th, the overnight shift into March 1st, Emergency Services Dispatcher Josie Castillo was recognized by Dispatch Supervisor Brian Bowman for doing an excellent job remaining calm while talking a caller through childbirth, how to tie the umbilical cord, and staying on the line until the ambulance and 903 arrived. 903 is a fire truck. Good going.
Wow.
That's really, really something. Anyway, that's my report.
And a new Tompkins County resident brought into the world. That's good.
Yes. Yeah, here we grow again. That's right.
I have a question. Did they name did you say the responder at?
I have no current information as to the naming of the child.
Okay, darn it.
Any questions or comments for Rich John? Thank you, Rich. Health and Human Services Committee, Dan Klein, Chair.
Madam Chair, we met yesterday, March 20th. We had 2 good presentations, which I won't tell you in any details. You can go back and look at the recording if you want. One was from Department of Whole Health about the Community Health Assessment and the Community Health Improvement Plan, the CHA and the CHIP. We also had a presentation from Lisa Monroe from the County Office for the Aging about the issue of home health aides and the crisis that we face in terms of just not having enough people to meet the needs. And we had some departmental updates. Kate Shank's booth, County Youth Services, told us a little bit of progress that's happened on an over-target request that was initiated last year by Randy Brown. To try to map out all the services that are available to youth in this county. So that initiative is underway. She also mentioned something that I didn't know about, which was last year when the New York State legalized online gambling, there was provision in there that some of the revenue from that goes to the state would filter back to the counties for youth programs. So Tompkins County should be receiving $33,000 this year from that fund for youth programs. And then finally, we heard from Ken Clark, Office of Human Rights, and he presented his calendar of public events that goes through the whole year. And so you can go ahead and take a look at that, and we'll be hearing more about it as it comes along. That is my report. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like you might have a resolution as well.
Looks like I might. Resolution
C.
Thank you.
E?
There you are.
E?
I think it's E.
Right, that's an E.
Thank you. Resolution E, Budget Adjustment, Department of Social Services, Code Blue. So moved.
Seconded by Randy Brown.
I don't know who pulled it. Okay.
I just wanted to bring this up that Kit gave a presentation and said that they reached almost 250 homeless people compared to about 120 was our peak last year, so it's double. And the amount of money come from Code Blue for this amount that will be reimbursed by the state, understanding, was 1.4 million. I don't know what the total amount is, but the reason I bring this up is one, I'm worried about where those people are going to go when Code Blue ends.
Newfield. No, I'm just joking. Just joking, Randy.
Some of them may. And I personally have an apartment that I had somebody rent homeless for 3 months. I didn't charge them a penny during COVID, so I know what that's about. So my point is there's a lot of money being spent on this going into hotels where that money could be better used for something more permanent. So.
Deborah Dawson?
Yeah, and I take your point, Randy, but the problem is that money is the state's money. If the state would figure out a way to give us that money that we could use it more productively to address our homeless issue, that would be really helpful.
Let's write a resolution quick on that.
Dan Klein?
Yeah, Randy, thanks for bringing this up. I was thinking about doing it. However, that resolution we passed to accept that, to allocate that more money will come next time. That's why I didn't bring it up now. But since you brought it up, I just want to, what she also assured us, for some comfort, I guess, is that the money, that a lot of people apparently use Code Blue because it's much easier. There's no real paperwork to do. And then when the Code Blue season is over, they come back to DSS and register for other programs that assist them. So it is a real problem for sure. I was alarmed by those numbers too, but not all of those 250 people will now end up camping in the jungle. They will be absorbed into other existing programs that DSS administers.
Deborah Dawson?
Quick question. Is it 250 individuals, or is it, you know, they're counting people for the number of nights that we put them up? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you. Any other questions for Dan Klein? Comments? Okay, thank you. Next, if we could move to Housing and Economic Development. Greg Mezzi, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe there was two resolutions that were pulled, Resolution F and Resolution H. But just a quick update, April 5th at 3 p.m. is our next meeting. One of the items that I know is on the agenda is Paul Rossi from NYSAR, and Sarah Wisdorf, who's the Executive Officer for the Ithaca Board of Realtors, is going to come give a little bit of a state of the housing market and real estate market from their perspective, trying to include multiple perspectives in the conversation this year. So they'll be joining us on the 5th. I have Resolution F, award of 2023 Arts and Cultural Organizational Development Grant, stock ID 11480, and I would move that.
Seconded by Randy Brown.
Randy pulled it, so I defer to Randy.
I pulled it because I wanted to ask some questions, but I will hold off on that. Unless you want to just talk about it.
Yeah, I can give a quick overview. I think the packet and what Nick in the Planning Department and the Tourism Program Director put together, his memo is very detailed. There was an increase in funding in the 22 budget for the ACOD grants. We did receive requests in excess of $134,000 over and above what was budgeted. The total amount requested was about $433,000, and the budgeted amount for ACOD grants is $298,000. You can see the breakout of the group, and then also the recommendation of the ACOD grant committee to the Strategic Tourism Planning Board with how things were scored, and then also the feedback and project notes that are provided to the applicant and to the STPB. But happy to answer any questions.
Any other questions or comments for this resolution? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one that I have, sorry, I'm just scrolling down here. I don't have a paper copy that I use. We are at Resolution H, resolution to authorize the county administrator to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Ithaca Area Economic Development for economic development services. That's doc ID 11532, and I'll move that.
Seconded by Randy Brown.
I pulled that one too. I just wanted to, I did read through that. I appreciate the task force taking that on. I think you did a good job with that. The only thing I'm concerned about when the Ithaca Area Economic Development is that I never see it in any Newfield or Enfield environment. There's just no focus on that, and maybe there's never going to be, but I just want to make that statement. So,
thank you. And we'll pass on the message to Heather. She had actually asked if it was pulled off of consent, if I could message her, and I forgot. Oh, is she here?
She's here.
Oh, hi, Heather. Sorry, I forgot my commitment to you earlier today. Oh, maybe she's not here. Rich John?
In considering the resolution, I did want to say thank you to all of the non-legislators who served on the task force and to county administration for the support. And I thought we had good, productive meetings that got to the point and we arrived here. So I was happy about that.
Great. And Heather is here. Hi, Heather.
Hi, Shauna. Don't worry. All your team has your back.
Thank goodness. And so Randy just had a comment about not seeing a whole lot of work that IAED is doing in Newfield. I was summarizing. Was that?
Yeah, Heather, right. You and I have spoken about this, I think, before. But I just think that development in those two towns should at least get some attention or guidance or whatever ideas you may have there. So that's why I wanted to share that.
Well, thank you for your comment, Randy. We have been able to support some community solar projects in the town of Newfield. It is difficult to, we generally work with retaining and growing employers, manufacturers and R&D firms who generally depend on water and sewer infrastructure and access to highways. So, I'd be happy to continue conversations with the town of Newfield about how they might be able to prepare shovel-ready sites that might, work to attract growing companies that provide quality jobs into the community. Always happy to take them.
Well, I do think there is opportunity, and hopefully we get a chance to talk about it.
Deborah Dawson.
Yeah, we had a really interesting session at NISAC. The county executive in Onondaga County made a presentation about how they landed that Micron project. And it was kind of like real estate, location, location, location. His point was you have to have a site, you have to have a site, you have to have a site. And that's what really determines whether or not you get one of these projects. So I think that's relevant here.
I do think there's sites available, but you have to look first. And I think it's a community effort. I'll give an example. The Newfield Cover Bridge Market. It's a business. It employs 12 people, a lot of teenagers, and they're struggling. But they need help. The building needs help. It's the most important intersection in our town, and gets a lot of traffic. They've been doing studies on it, and it's a business that sells a lot of pizzas, and it's the only, as a matter of fact, Vanessa Greenlee spoke about that as well. It's a food desert. There's all sorts of issues there. It's a viable business, but it needs improvements. It needs a plan. It needs funding. It needs loans, and it needs an investment. So all the above. So.
Okay. Dan Klein.
We're always happy to provide resources.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment. Not too long before this resolution went to committee, I heard from a member of the, I might get the terminology wrong here, the food systems plan that we adopted.
Food systems plan, yes.
Thank you.
Well, there's the Food System Council that designed the food systems plan.
So as someone on that council, someone that's done a lot of work, contacted me and said, I haven't heard anything about food systems in this IAED MOU that you're working on. And it was an interesting comment. I was on the task force that helped put this together, and this person was right. We never mentioned food systems. In fact, we really avoided defining economic development. We just didn't do it. So no fault here. I'm not blaming anybody. And I'm not even asking for anything right now, but I just wanted to throw that into the conversation that was a fairly big area that we, the legislature, have supported in principle and supported in actual documents, and that it's just worth mentioning that is a piece of the economic development puzzle, and that hope it gets carried forward in some conversations. Thank you.
Okay, let's vote on the resolution. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Mike Sigler, are you for this one? Or okay. That is unanimous. Thank you. Anything else, Greg?
I believe that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Greg? Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on to Facilities and Infrastructure Committee. Mike Lane, Chair.
Yes, we met on March 16th. A couple of things I want to bring to your attention. We talked about the downtown facilities. We discussed the two buildings on the 300 block of North Tioga, as well as the Red House on the 400 block of North Tioga. We continue to have people who are lobbying us to preserve the Red House, claiming that they have people who want to buy it. I hope that's true, but I haven't heard anybody yet that wants to buy it. They were saying that they needed to have some kind of a structural inspection and wanted the county to do that. We talked with Arel Lamaro about that, and he had a structural inspection done. He called it, I think, a visual inspection, and I see Lisa nodding. If I get it wrong, Lisa, please tell me. And what we decided to do was to go ahead and spend, I think, $3,000 to $5,000 to expand that to be a fully integrated structural inspection of the property. So we could share it with people if they were interested. I did get an email from Historic Ithaca in the last couple of days, in which they were still soliciting suggestions of people who might come forward to try to purchase this house and redevelop it if we decided to sell it. So stay tuned there. That's the latest. Oh, there was some issues out there, people thinking we were ignoring this house and allowing it to fall to rack and ruin, and that's not the case. Arel and his staff have been very careful about checking on this house and making sure the heat's been going, and that the property's being protected while we're making decisions about this.
Mike, can I just interject real quick regarding the inspection? I believe it's called, I don't know what, it's like an engineering assessment versus a structural inspection is different. So it's.
Okay, well, you're the expert on that, and I mean that carefully.
Yeah, a structural,
truly,
a home inspection would be a lot less money.
Thank you,
yeah.
Ann. I wanted to mention, we talked about the two buildings, the bank building and the legal building on Tioga. We, I think, are all quite interested in the bank building as far as a fairly solid structural building, and whether or not that could be used possibly temporarily for something. I don't think any of us are very happy about the condition of the legal building. In fact, the committee asked for our next meeting to have a resolution that we would authorize the deconstruction of that building once the tenants are done with it. We talked a little bit more about the dental building. Did we want to make any change in the direction to the administration and facilities to deconstruct that building? And there was not a decision to make any change to that, so I think that's still going to go ahead. Another issue we talked about was our CDL testing site that we've wanted to do for several years, and the we really want to move that ahead. And Norma and Jane, thank you, and Jeff Smith, thank you, are both working on this. Norma, since our meeting, has discovered that Department of Motor Vehicles is trying to get a grant for some of these testing sites. They're very interested in us having a testing site. So she's working along those lines to see whether we could get some grant funding. Also, we've heard from Rich John, who said, why don't you consider talking with the IDA about some funding here. He hasn't promised anything, but we're all ears. And the last thing I wanted to mention was that Roxanne Noble told us that they're planning to have Airport Day again this year. We haven't had it for, I think, 3 years. It's going to, if you want to put it on your calendar, it's going to be Sunday, September 17th.
Thank you, Mike.
And I think that's all. I don't think I have any resolutions.
Travis Brooks.
Mike, the testing site for the CDL, that's like a, can you tell me a little bit about that, just like real quick?
The problem we have is there are a lot of people that need to get their CDL licenses so they can drive larger vehicles, buses, snow plows, construction vehicles, all of those kinds of things. And we can't have them tested so they can be licensed in Ithaca anymore because we don't have a testing site that would be approved by DMV. So starting back about 4 years ago, Maureen Reynolds was the one that started bringing this to our attention, because if you need to have a test for your license, CDL license, you have to take your vehicle to Syracuse or Binghamton, and that's the closest opportunities to have that kind of testing done. So you got to drive your snowplow down there or your bus or whatever it happens to be. So we really want to do something close by. Starting with Mike Hall, he was suggesting there could be some space at the airport available, and that perhaps we could use some of the help of our highway department and possibly help from, there was some DMV money supposedly back then, which apparently dried up. So people could go up there, they could practice, they could test. There might be a small building, for example, where we did put in an application with the Upstate Airport Revitalization Grant, last year, but we were not successful in getting that as part of any grant from that. So those are the things we're trying for.
I asked for two reasons. One, years ago we used to do a CDL program, and we didn't have a testing site. We didn't need a testing site to do the CDL program. People they used a school bus to take the test in, but we didn't have a testing site for that. I don't remember, and they were local. They were local to do that. But the school district has been contacting me because they want to do a CDL program. So it may be something where there's an opportunity for the county and a few others to get together and collaborate on this and, kind of split the cost and everything.
That was sort of the idea that if we got it, we could help or allow other entities to use it as well. And I think schools or TCAD or other things that might want to use that facility. Thank you, Travis.
Field of dreams. If you build it, they will come. Okay. Any other questions or comments for Mike Lane? Thank you, Mike. Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion, Chair.
Thank you. I think that our Robert's Rules lessons in GO are paying off after tonight's discussion. I have no report other than to say our next meeting is April 6th.
Any questions or comments for Amanda? Okay, thank you. Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Thank you. I know you're tired, and that's a long name of a committee to go last, and you did it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Let's see. We met March 20th. I think that was yesterday. Just a few hours before HHS, and then very soon after that, spring came. So happy spring, everybody. Although I still contend it happened during our committee. So we had quite a few presentations from regarding household hazardous waste from the Department of Recycling and Materials Management. We already passed that resolution in the consent agenda. And but we had a presentation about what that entails, the household hazardous waste. So if you want to hear more about that, let me know or go to our committee recording. We talked about the draft solid waste management plan, and that's been a long time coming. And we're thinking next month we're going to have the actual draft plan to look at. And I was quite impressed of how they're including a lot of community involvement in that, and also adhering and really embracing our diversity and inclusion goals for the county in that. And we had an update on the environmental preferable product program here at the county, which is not easy to say, EPP, and I think, yeah, that. So we had a presentation on that, and that's progressing. And okay, so we also had a report on the Rebusiness Partners program. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to say more after that with all these P's and B's in here. So that program helps businesses and organizations figure out a recycling and reuse program. So if you don't know of any organizations or businesses, that this is a free program. So the solid waste will come out. I'm sorry, recycling, the RMM department will come out and evaluate for free and help organizations figure out how to do that. And also help, while you're doing that, helps them save money. Residential food scrap drops spots. So again, another tongue twister. We had an update on that. They're expanding every year, and in May, early May, they're going to have a new compost drop-off place in Enfield, down Enfield, so that's good. And we had an update on the Building Code Administration and Operations Study. And I asked Darby Kiley from our planning department to send that to everybody. So if you're interested more in that, you have a detailed email that came out yesterday on that. But that, from what I'm hearing, it's been pretty well received. There was some trepidation about municipality code officials thinking, or municipalities thinking we're going to take over building departments in the municipalities. But now that they've got more information about it, it's more about how can we help them, how can we streamline things, how can we help them with staffing. So I think hopefully all those fears are alleviated, and look forward to a actual plan coming up soon of how we can help them. The Business Energy Advisor Program had an update, and that actually was not going on for a while. And if you don't know about that, and this is all from the Department of Planning, the last two, they had a program where businesses and nonprofits could have their facilities, either current facility, I'm sorry, if you were renovating your facility or building a new facility, they would help you figure out how to make it more energy efficient. And so that program has been tweaked a little bit, and it's now up and running again. They had kind of like a COVID hiatus on that, and also some staffing issues. Next month, we're going to have, at this legislature meeting, we're going to have a short, well, I shouldn't say short public hearing. You never know how many people will come. But we'll have a public hearing for an addition to the agricultural district in Area 1, and that's on Thomas Road in the town of Caroline. And then right after that, if that goes okay, we're going to approve that addition. I'll just say one last thing is we have a resolution. So it's a resolution urging Governor Hochul and the New York State Public Service Commission to deny NYSEG and the RG&E rate hike requests and to correct the billing problems before rate hikes are considered. So I'd like to move that.
Seconded by Greg Muzzy.
And you're moving the version out of the red folder?
Right. Right. So that's the version. Thanks, Rich. It's the version out of your red folder, and that's why I took it off consent agenda, because it was just had a slight modification to add one of the last whereas to talk about affordability issues with their rate hike. So that's it.
Okay. Mike Lane.
Yeah, this problem with the billing at NYSEG and I guess RG&E has been very difficult. I've had clients at my office call me and complain about it. And it needs to be fixed, and certainly that's why I'm going to support this resolution. I think I sent folks, or asked the legislative staff to send out copies of that, I think a journal article that was out a week or two ago, just explaining some of the things that are happening. And it's, this time of year when people expect higher bills anyway, to get huge bills that are improperly levied is very disconcerting and scary for folks.
Thank you, Mike. Mike Sigler.
I have a question and then something to say. This addition here, the one that was in the red folder, the highlighted is brand new to the resolution?
Thanks for asking that, Mike. So I'll clarify that. I probably wasn't clear. That was added right before the committee started, and since we met yesterday, the agenda for this legislature meeting had already gone out with the resolution before this was added.
Gotcha.
Or before that whereas was added, the one in yellow. But the whole resolution in your packet was passed unanimously at peak yesterday.
So I want to talk on that then, because I'll read it whereas even absent the billing problems, double-digit rate hikes now while New Yorkers struggle under the burdens of inflation, increased housing costs, and other economic uncertainty is unconscionable and should be denied. Yeah, I actually have a problem with that, and I'll explain why. Listen, the billing thing's a disaster. They're going to have to fix that before I think they do any kind of rate increase, and that's why I'm going to vote for this. But if you look at what NYSEG is saying as to why it's raising the rates, right? NYSEG said the higher rates are needed to modernize and upgrade its aging network of power lines and natural gas pipelines across upstate New York. I don't think they're being disingenuous. I think that stuff costs money. Particularly this state has committed to electrifying an awful lot of the state. And to do that, you have to upgrade an awful lot of power lines, and that costs money. And if we thought for some reason that wasn't going to have a cost on ratepayers, I don't know why we would think that. This is going to have a cost. I would imagine line workers make more now than they did 5 years ago, and that's a cost. So to say that we should never see a rate hike and I'm not saying that this does kind of say that. That's problematic. I mean, electricity like anything else. I mean, power lines cost more money now than they did a year ago. So I'm a little concerned about that. I'm going to vote for it based on the premise that the billing thing, there's too much confusion. People are getting enormous bills. They don't understand why. I don't understand why. And they're going to have to fix that. But I don't think we should be telling people that, yeah, there's going to be no rate hikes, because it's a lot like road maintenance, right? I hate when we talk about cutting road maintenance, because it's going to cost you more money down the line. Or when people say we're going to cut the gas tax. Well, the gas tax goes to repair the roads. You're basically just deferring maintenance. And that would be a huge concern for me, because I mean, the wildfires in California were in large part created because they kept deferring maintenance on all the power lines. So, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I would like to just remind everyone, it is 10:05, and this is, again, just another resolution, very important resolution, but it is another resolution urging Governor Hochul. So I would hope we don't spend too much time on this.
I don't have any comments on this.
Okay, Greg Mezzi?
Sorry, I was trying to look for a comment that was made by someone in Peak that went to the maintenance, and the gist of it was essentially about NYSEG not having a formal maintenance, or again, that there were. Is somebody? Are you remembering what? Yep. Yeah. I can't find that comment, but I thought it was really interesting when we talk about maintenance and this hike. There was a comment from someone who knew this resolution much better than I do, and I apologize for fumbling through this, about NYSEG's lack of, these are my words, some sort of real dedicated maintenance program that they follow on a regular basis, preventative maintenance, those type of things, more reactionary than proaction. So I just thought that was an interesting comment, and I would encourage everybody to go back to the Peak meeting and listen to that part, because I think it does talk a little bit to some of the points that you made, Mike. So I appreciate you for entertaining my fumble at 10 o'clock.
That sounds like something Deb Dawson would have said.
Wasn't me.
Wow.
The only complaint I've heard about them not having a regular plan is their vegetation management program is really deficient. They keep promising they're going to do it, and they ask for money to do it, and then it doesn't get done.
Ann?
Right, and speaking to that, as best I can remember, is we talked about them not having set plans to do it sufficiently, and then they ask for money, and even when they do ask for money for a plan, it doesn't get completed, and then they ask for more money, and it's kind of like they not really planning. And then we're not really sure how much of the emergency funds that they use, that they have a whole bucket of emergency funds that they ask to keep being refilled. Do they really need all that emergency funding, or would that have been taken care of if they had done a proper vegetation plan? And they don't, anyway, they're not transparent about what their plans are and really how much money they need for all these things. They're just kind of like trusting, trust us, and, oh, but when we need money, we're just going to get it from you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Anything else, Annie?
We're going to meet again sometime in April.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Ann? I have Rainey Brown and Rich John.
Yes, wanted to make a comment that the Agricultural and Farmland Protection Board is having their annual meeting at the Enfield Community Center Friday at 9:30, I think. And then there'll be lunch served as well. And there'll be presenters on ag and those kinds of things. It's for municipal officials and farmers and stuff. So, and then Thursday, although it's not part of this committee, the Chamber of Commerce is having a meeting at Enfield Community Center at 9 o'clock with a community gathering event.
Community conversations,
yeah,
right.
Which I really appreciate. And I'd just like to add that CCE has been very short-staffed on their ag folks. but they finally got 2 new folks for that, an educator and a communicator. And so they're back to full staff in many years. And they're working closely with the food system plan. And Abigail, is it Connor? Is on that committee and very involved, doing a good job.
Great. Thank you, Randy. Dan Klein? Or I'm sorry, it was Rich John and
Actually,
then.
I had a new matter, so if Dan
Okay.
wants to-
Dan Klein?
And I just wanted to ask you about something you said, I didn't catch it all. Is an ag district addition, public hearing on that topic?
At our next legislature meeting,
Okay, and was that information in your committee's agenda packet?
yes.
Okay, thank you, I'll look it up. Thank you.
And just for information, Greg had, I think it was you had brought this up before, when we have something like this, like why don't we vote for the resolution in committee before we do the public hearing? And we were told by planning that's the way it has to be. So I didn't ask anymore. Because that can come up in some other committees about why do you have something, the public hearing vote before you have the actual vote for the resolution.
And it had to be approved by the Agricultural Farmland Protection Board first. So.
Right. There's a lot of work that they do behind the scenes.
Rich John?
Yeah, with the chair's indulgence, I've been asked to provide a periodic update from the IDA. The Industrial Development Agency met on March 8th. We took several actions. One thing I'd point out is we received an unmodified opinion on our annual audit, which is just exactly what you want to get. We approved a further sales tax exemption for the Knickerbocker Bed Company because they are going beyond their original build-out to expand their plant for more operations, and it certainly looks like they're going to hire more people, which is just outstanding news in terms of building employment in our county. The big item that we addressed at our meeting of the IDA was the Breeze project, which is on Gun Hill, and we approved that project after an extended discussion about environmental conditions. As I'm sure most of you are aware, the gun company had some significant environmental issues regarding lead from bullets and also solvents used that seeped into the ground. So we had a PE there who spoke at some length about the environmental cleanup project that they're going to undertake. And we also had community members who were very upset that we were considering it. On balance, the decision was made to approve the project. I think, I can't speak for everybody else, but my own view was that if we did not approve it, it wasn't clear any project would go forward. There have been several failed attempts to develop that property. This will be a substantial benefit, and there will be a significant environmental cleanup. Not perfect, but that was the decision we made. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Rich John or comments? Okay. Last but not least, we do have one final individual member-filed resolution. Mike Sigler?
So this is the suspension of heating tax that I brought up before, right? Right place? All right.
Great.
So listen, last time I brought this up, it did not receive a lot of support. And I've sent this out 2 weeks ago, and I didn't hear from anybody. So I'm assuming you're all going to vote for this now. That's good. Why am I bringing it forward again? The biggest complaint, it seemed to be last time, was that it was going to cost a lot of money. I don't disagree with that. But, so what was I able to do? Well, I put in the amount of money it was going to cost, and I figured we could ramp it in. So every year for the next 4 years, you would cut the tax, and this is just a local tax because the state doesn't tax heat. So it doesn't tax heating oil, heat, gas. Electricity, I don't frankly know how to split out, but we obviously don't want electricity to go up because we just voted on something that says we don't want electricity prices to go up. But for these other things, it is and wood products, it's very easy to split out. And the state does not charge a tax on these. We do, 4%. So I would say we phase out this tax over the next 4 years.
You know what, Mike, before you go any further, can I get a second?
Oh, sorry.
Seconded by Randy Brown.
By Randy. It'll be 1% a year until we go to zero. And why am I bringing up this like right now? Well, because we're going into budget season, right? So we're going to have a budget meeting here in April. This would seem the appropriate time if we can give some guidance to our county administrator to say, listen, this is the direction we would like to go, then we can start doing it in the budget this year. So it wouldn't even kick in until 2024. So that's my whole pitch.
Okay. Questions or comments? Amanda, Randy, Lee, and Greg.
All right, well, y'all know that I do not usually like agreeing with Mr. Sigler. But I've been thinking about this, and Mike, this is like almost a socialist platform. You want government to take care of people. It's incredible. I mean, next thing you know, you're going to be giving them health care and good food.
I have a bill for that coming next month.
It's I don't believe it. I'm going to support it. It's a lot of money, but I'm thinking about everything we've talked about tonight. We all want to pay for some things. We all want other people to pay for other things, and we all want what we want. And I think this is just another thing. I mean, you're right. Everybody needs heat, and I think we all deserve everything we've talked about tonight. We deserve a home. We deserve heat. We deserve food. We deserve pizza. We deserve good-paying jobs that, treat us with dignity. We deserve a clean environment, and we deserve health care. And that's sort of the ultimate goal of why we're here. And this is just one thing that we can do. And you don't have to agree, Deborah, and you can say whatever you want. But I think, in my activist, philosophical way, I think we need to try even harder. I don't think we're doing enough. And if we really want to take care of people who are marginalized or historically underrepresented or don't have enough of everything they need, it has to be more about the money, and it has to be about all of us participating. And I didn't say it earlier, we didn't have privilege of the floor, but I really did appreciate all the people who came out tonight, because I don't think democracy works unless people show up. And I know that in a lot of the towns around here and in other states, people aren't showing up. So anyway, that's my speech for the night. I'm for it, Mike, but don't expect me to agree with you on other things.
Randy Brown?
I agree with Amanda completely. We're not doing enough. So I think we should have that debate on what that is. I think that's stuff that we should talk about here. What is enough? But my question is, so is this roughly $450,000 in 2024? Is that the number roughly? So it's 1%. So the total amount, 4%, is 1.7 million?
I think the total was 2.6 million. So then, yeah, you would take it would be a quarter of that.
Lisa, do you have the numbers?
I'm looking it up.
Okay.
It'd be like 700,000, something like that.
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Lee Shurtleff?
Thought occurred to me as I was reading through this, and in light of the resolution that was passed last month regarding support of electrification. And I just think it shouldn't escape us that the aggressive efforts at electrification that many envision and are spiritedly advocating here in the community and across the state ultimately is going to diminish the consumption of these named heating sources in this resolution if they're successful, as many would hope. And of course, the revenues we derive from those are going to go down. So perhaps it is a good time, a good idea for us to reduce our dependency on these taxes as a county government and start to phase it back. So if the electrification occurs, as many hope it will, and as the movement seems to be, we're going to start seeing these taxes go down. So maybe that should be factored in, and I appreciate that Legislator Sigler has put this out before Lisa prepares the budget assumptions and parameters. Thank you.
Greg Mosey.
Yeah, I don't want to give any praise to Mike Sigler at the moment, but Mike, I do appreciate you taking this and retooling it and taking feedback and trying to improve on something. The only thing I take issue with is lines 13 and 14. I don't like to vote for something without knowing how it's going to be balanced out. I don't know what service would be cut. I don't know what the tax increase may be. I would fully support this resolution being part of the budget discussion as we weigh the decisions we'll have to make in that process. And I think it should have a prominent place in that discussion. I don't agree necessarily that we should pass legislation around a budget decision outside of our budget process. So I would be in favor for this being included in the budget process, or a proposal to weigh this impact to cuts of service or a property tax increase, or as you say, or both. I'd like to know what that actually looks like, to see if we really are creating a benefit to those in the community for this reduction. But I in theory, support the idea. I'd like to see this again a little bit more fleshed out and know what the real impact is. So if there's some way that this could be amended to be part of it and not force our hand to make a decision today, but I would love to see this in the budget process and part of that conversation.
Mike Lane.
Our colleague Travis Brooks, I always like to listen to him talk because he often has great nuggets of wisdom. And earlier tonight, we heard Travis talk about the problem with real property taxes and the need to find other kinds of revenue. If we adopt this, this is going just the opposite way. And a vote for this is a vote to raise real property taxes. And maybe that's what some of you want to do. I don't. I think that the real property tax is a huge burden on not only the property owners, but the tenants who live in the properties and have to pay rents, whatever the landlords decide it to be. There are a few counties basically in this region of New York State that have this tax on energy and always have. And I think that we should continue it. I don't think we should scale it back. I think we're lucky that we have it because otherwise our taxes would be even higher. And we have to fight all those properties that are tax-free in Tompkins County and other things. And that goes on to the real property taxpayers as well. So I simply can't support this.
Okay, I'm going to hop in here and then it'll be Deb's turn. With us possibly having to pay $1.5 million more for Medicaid costs, with us also needing to pay our employees more after our salary and compensation study, I personally, I mean, if there was a resolution that talked about helping people that are low income, I'd probably be all on board for that. I wouldn't want to necessarily offer a subsidy for someone who has $1 million house who's using $5,000 worth of gas per year to heat their home. I mean, I don't have compassion for that. So I will not be supporting this year. Deborah?
Yeah, I mean, with due respect, I don't regard my function here to be providing people with what I think they might deserve. I hear a lot about healthcare is a right, and housing's a right, and food's a right, and this is a right, and that is a right. And I understand the moral position from which that springs. However, everything that gets provided to people has to be paid for by someone. And if that someone is going to be the county, then that someone is our property taxpayers. And, you know, for the last 3 years, we've used fund balance so that we don't have to increase the levy. So it's inconsistent to just say, oh yeah, what the heck, we'll pay for this, and our taxpayers can bear the brunt. And as Shauna pointed out, we're not just looking at $600,000 in this year because of the EF map. Every year after that, it's going to be at least $1.5 million. We figured out that's a 3% increase to our property tax levy. It could get worse than that because rumor has it that the governor's considering increasing the county cap on Medicaid. There's the indigent representation increase, which we have no idea what it's going to cost because we don't know if and to what extent it's going to be funded by the state. We've got the compensation study. We also have a really uncertain future with our sales tax because if this banking crisis is not over, and what's going to happen generally is credit's going to dry up. And when credit dries up, we have a recession, and the Fed shows no signs of backing off raising the interest rates. All of those things are going to impact our residents' ability to buy things, and that's going to directly impact our sales tax. I cannot, in good conscience, sit back and say, yeah, $600,000 a year, going up $600,000 a year for the next 3 years after that is nothing. So I'm not going to be supporting this.
And Rich?
Yeah, I won't repeat about the lost tax revenue, but I would just mention again that I was very proud that we did not increase taxes this past year, our property taxes. But I agree that we are heading into some uncertain times, as Deborah has outlined, but also that if we cut the tax on home heating oil and natural gas, those are two fuels that we're trying to dissuade people from using. And so we would then make it cheaper and more advantageous to burn more of it. So I will not support. Thank you.
Ann Corbin, Mike Sigler.
Rich stole what I was going to say, so thank you for saying that, Rich. The other thing that I wanted to say, it's a little bit off topic, but people are talking about equity and things like that. And since we're not going to have privilege of the floor, I just would like to just interject to my colleague Brooks spoke about before his family's lived experience. And I, pardon me to my colleague Deborah Dawson if I say it incorrectly, but something about that it's not the same as something else we were talking about. And if I could just say to my colleagues, when somebody is sharing something like that, it's actually pretty hard. It takes a lot. Probably I won't speak for you, Travis, but I know for myself, I think about it, do I want to talk about that? And it's really hard. So if we could just refrain from not telling somebody that it doesn't compare to something else, because for them it does, and that's their lived experience. Thank you.
Okay. Mike Sigler?
Well, one, I want to shoot a friendly amendment if that's okay, and it's right after that Tompkins County, and I don't know if this will win over Greg's vote or not, but gives guidance to the county administrator to, and then suspend, da-da-da-da-da. So I'm just adding gives guidance to the county administrator to. And if you find that friendly, then fantastic. We're good to go there. I'll say just a couple more things. As for dissuading people from using these fuels, the horse has left the barn already. You will not be using natural gas or any fossil fuel in this state past a certain date. So the idea that we need to actually kind of coerce people by taxing them more so that they won't use it like cigarettes, while that may have been true 5 years ago, that I would suggest that that's gone. That's already been done. If you don't get a new gas boiler in the next 5 years and your gas boiler goes down, that's it. You're going to have to go and change a lot of things about your house. I just want to talk about a little bit about magnitude. I'm talking about $2.6 million spread out over 4 years reduction. So a nice easy path. And what passed earlier to increased wages is orders of magnitude greater, like remarkably bigger than what I'm talking about here. So I found it interesting. We were talking about giving away money last budget season, like 50,000 here, 100,000 here. And yeah, I get it. I understand why that annoys people. But it's insignificant compared to bringing on a new person into the county and employment and how much that actually costs the county for one person working here and how many people we actually add to the payroll. And so I just find that to be interesting, like the difference of viewpoint from what we voted on earlier to this, which is really not very much. And I think a lot of people would appreciate us doing this. So, and it does kind of tie back to the electricity rate as well. Whereas we were saying, no, you're not increasing the electricity rate, but we're going to get you over here. I don't think that makes a lot of sense to me. So that's about it. Thanks.
Anyone else? Oh, Lisa?
Just wanted to state a couple of things. First, if this were to be enacted, it would require a local law. I realized from the research we did on this last year, it would require a local law changing county sales tax on residential energy, which would then have to be provided to the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance. So that would be required. And then also, just for folks' consideration, if this revenue were not taken in by the county and depending upon our other sources of revenue, if it did require additional property tax revenue, it would perhaps mean exceeding our property tax cap. So,
Can I ask Lisa a question? If this 4% generates $2.6 million a year, so the first year we would be foregoing $600,000. The second year we would be foregoing $1.2 million. The third year we'd be foregoing $1.8 million. And then in the fourth year, we'd be foregoing the full 2.6. Is that right? Yeah, so it's not just 600,000 a year. You got to add that all up. I'm saying.
I think just to add one more thing, the governor is talking about no more casino tax as well. So, and I know Mike's been saying that ever since I started the legislature, that might dry up, and it looks like that's probably going to be a reality. So, I mean, from what I've seen, we use that money very conservatively, and we don't use it for ongoing costs. But that's what, $2 million, $3 million a year. So, Lee?
Did I hear a friendly amendment from this?
Yeah, I just added a line.
Sponsor? So resolve that Tompkins County gives guidance to the county administrator.
Yeah, as opposed to us saying this, we're giving guidance to.
Which would mean that it would be factored into
Her budget now, like when she starts budgeting, Lisa starts budgeting next month.
Then if we got serious about this, it would mean a local law to enact such a thing.
So what you're asking, Mike, would be to see the effects of this in the budget scenario?
With an eye toward doing it. I mean,
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I'm 9. That fails. Okay, on to minutes of our previous meeting, March 7th, 2023. Moved by Travis, seconded by Ann Corman. Any corrections, conversation, comments? I see none. All those in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. And Can I have a mover to adjourn, please? Moved by Travis, seconded by Veronica. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you all. Have a good night.